Yes, let's continue. Question number 24 in part B. We have copied the whole answer. 25th you mark as today's homework. Here, the way they have presented the table is different from the way you will be doing. Don't worry. Final variance answers you check, it will match. Okay. And they have done variance for each variety, skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled, rate variance also separately, efficiency also separately. If you remember yesterday, we did one sum like this in material. Instead of doing total minus total, we did for material A, column 1, column 2, material B, column 1, column 2. That way they have presented. You don't have to do. If you get the total 6400, 18800, 4500, 14800, this is more than enough. In your single table, this answer will be ready. But you will have to do some working notes for SH, AHW. There is abnormal idle time in the question, similar to the sums we did in the class. This is doable. So 25 is today's homework. Page number 472. Question number 31. This also can be done. Question number 34 is a good question. Reverse working type. Here we did a combined variance question just in last session. Here also similar adjustment, direct material. This is standard 10 kg, 22 rupee, 5 hours, 120 actual material. Analysis of variance. They have already given some variances. Actually, yesterday's class we did one sum. Answer was given. Correct, and from there we did a reverse working. This question has reverse working, and finally they want you to do material cost variance. Cost variance, when you see it, is total. Correct. Actual output, actual price, actual wage rate, that is AR, labor rate variance, last two columns 4 minus 5, labor cost variance. Now the moment you see cost variance, you need total. Right, that means this whole sum you can answer if you prepare two tables, MCV table and LCV table, and some variances are already given. Price variance is with you, usage variance is with you. So from there you'll have to do reverse working. If you know column 4 and column 5 and you know the missing figure, then you can do the reverse working. It's a good question, was asked in mock test paper September 22. Yeah, mock paper is normally released 2 months before exam, so those are giving me looks. Yes, the answer is given in detail. So you can do by preparing two tables. and reverse working. Okay, so for today 25, 31 and 34 will be your homework. So come back, we are in page number 450. 450, this question is done, right? So after material and labor, we are now discussing overhead variance. In your notebook, write down the heading overhead cost variance. Now, material and labor cost variance that we discussed in last round of classes, we had direct arrow marks and calculations, formula, table and so on. But overhead cannot be done that way because there are two varieties of overheads and they behave in a different way. One is variable overhead, one is fixed overhead. Therefore, we have to first learn variable overhead cost variance and then we will study fixed overhead cost variance. Right? Under variable overhead cost variance, there are two varieties. Under fixed overhead, there are four varieties. So I will not continue this chart, then it will be a very big chart. As of now, understand, under overhead you have two varieties, and first half an hour I'll focus on variable overhead, and then we'll discuss this, and then we'll discuss both together. Hope you understood. Right, heading in your notebook, overhead cost variance. Mid of the page you write overhead cost variance. Under that, two arrow marks, variable this side, fixed overhead cost variance that side. Under variable overhead cost variance, two arrow marks. This is efficiency variance and rate variance. This is the simplest one. Only two variances, therefore three columns. This to be discussed later. You'll get confused. I won't discuss it together now. Done. So now the focus is on this segment for next half an hour. Listen. Any variable cost, basic nature is along with the activity, cost will also go up or come down. If activity is zero, cost is also zero. This won't happen when we are in fixed overhead. Correct? Activity is zero, also there is rent. But variable overhead won't be like that. If activity is zero, then cost is also zero. Which means overhead can go up or come down for two reasons. One, we may take more time to complete a job, because of that my cost may go up, or we may take same time but rate may go up. Understand two things. If you remember in overhead chapter, we had discussed this. Overheads are estimated either based on machine hour or based on labor hour. Basically it is on time, either machine time or labor time. If you remember, LHR is equal to 4. What is the meaning of labor hour rate being 4? One labor working for 1 hour. Overhead is 4 rupee. Correct? Suppose one unit of FG requires 5 hours. Tell me now, how much is the estimated overhead? Estimated overhead is, sir, one unit requires 5 hours and each hour we will be spending 4 rupee. That means estimated cost is 20 rupee. I repeat, the meaning of LHR 4 is equal to, if one labor is working for 1 hour, overhead bill. Remember electricity, internet, tea coffee bill. Every 1 hour of my working will cause 10 rupee of electricity bill. Pure variable cost. More I work, more is the bill. I don't work, no power, no cost that day. Fixed portion is still there. I'm not discussing that. The variable portion is 0. Correct? Now tell me, 1 unit requires 5 hours and overhead rate is 4 rupee per hour. That means to complete 1 unit, I'll take 5 hours into 4. Estimated cost is 20 rupee. Now, actual cost means overhead cost now. I'm in overhead discussion. If this is 25 rupee, this can be because of two reasons. Tell me which two. Number of hours may go up or rate may go up. If number of hours are going up, say I am taking 6 hours time, that means I am slow in completing the job. I repeat, instead of taking 5 hours, if I take 6 hours, then I am slow. If I am slow, that is called efficiency variance. That is only chart here. Correct? Into the cost. Correct? Say this may be 4.1. 6 into 4 won't be 24, so I'm just taking it that. Or let me keep it 5 only. Tell me if this is 5 and then this has to become 25, then this should be 5 rupee. Now tell me, is it because of my speed? No. Then this variance is called as what? Rate variance. That means there is only two possibilities. One, I may take more time. Second, rate may go up. First one is called efficiency. Second one is called rate variance. Together, overhead cost variance 5. Now our job is to investigate out of 5 rupee how much is because I was slow, how much is because I paid extra. Correct? Let's take an example. Don't worry about fixed portion, only variable portion. Suppose this furniture is to be done. Work is given to me. And furniture making work will take 10 hours. And for entire 10 hours, this tube light will be on for me to do the work. And electricity bill is 2 rupee. That means to make one furniture, estimated overhead is 20 rupee. What if I take 11 hours to complete this furniture? 11 into 2, 22 rupee. This 2 rupee adverse variance is purely because of efficiency. Able to follow? Second possibility, I may complete the job in 10 hours itself, but government may increase the electricity rate. Because of that also 20 may become 22. Now this 2 rupee adverse is only because of rate variance. That means either I am slow or there is increase in rate. That means there are only two possible variances. Tell me if there are two variances. My table will have 3 columns. Now you yourself know 1 minus 2 is efficiency, 2 minus 3 is rate variance. Total is total cost variance. Tell me, first one. I said I should complete the job in 10 hours. That means this should be SH. Hello. And overhead rate per hour is 2 rupee. This is SR. Correct. I actually took 10 hours only. This is AH. But 2.2 is actual rate. Hello. Which means this is my column 1 SH into SR. And this is my last column AH into AR. Now you prepare the table. Tell me column 1, column 2, column 3. What should I write? SH, AH, AH. Tell me last column is, other columns are standard rate. Now tell me here I am keeping rate and rate constant. That means any difference that I get from 1 minus 2 has to be because of efficiency. Sir, AHW or AHP, sir, it is slow working, fast working, it's not paying. That means it is AHW, no. I said I am working slow. I did not say Yashas is paying me more. HP, HW, understand the difference? I should complete one topic in 10 hours. If I take 11 hours, I am slow, I am saying. Hello? Able to follow that furniture example? I should complete the work in 10 hours. I took 11 hours. HW it is. Correct? Now tell me, 1 minus 2 should be efficiency variance. Okay, continue. 2 minus 3. Here, time is same. That means any variance that comes is purely because of rate. 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3. This should be cost variance. Sir, 2 cancel, sir. 1 minus 3. Done. What is 1? SH into SR. What is SH into SR? Sir, standard cost. Hello. What is 3? AH into AR. What is AH into AR? Actual cost. So standard cost is first column, actual cost is last column. Difference between these two is total. Following. Come to the textbook. See. Column 1, 2 and 3. SH, AHW, AHW. Anyway, you are in last column. AR. Everything else is called standard. Overhead name if they give electricity. If they give, otherwise you don't worry. 1 minus 2 efficiency, 2 minus 3. We normally call it rate variance. There are other names called expenditure variance, also called as budget variance. 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3, grand total is variable overhead cost variance. Now you already know these notes. Standard hours is standard hours for actual production. 1 unit requires 5 hours. 100 units have to take 500 hours and work. Read. Note. Overheads are estimated on the basis of time. This is what I told you at the beginning. Either machine hour or labor hour. Therefore, the table is prepared on the basis of time. What if the number of hours are not there? Then table can be worked out on the basis of day, that is budgeted rate per day. Instead of budgeted hours, standard hours, everything you'll have to change it as budgeted days, actual days, standard days. Sir, what if that is also not available? Then we will have to do it on unit basis. Then it will be budgeted unit, standard unit, actual unit and so on. We have all variety questions, don't worry. Some places they don't give you time, that is number of hours. If they don't give you, do on number of days. If days are also not there, number of units. That at least they should give, otherwise how can I do standard? If that is also not there, you resign. How can I do variance if you don't tell me how many units, how many days, how many hours, what comparison I get? Some basis I need budget and actual. They will provide. Don't worry. Question number 14. This I will work out. Listen completely. You have questions for you to do later. Listen. Calculate the variable overhead variances. Budgeted production for January. Actual production for January. Budgeted variable cost. Actual hours worked. Standard time required to make 1 unit and actual variable overhead amount. Now, to work out variances, I need column 1, 2 and 3. Here you see some students do very basic level mistake. Go very slow. This is MCQ only now. This question can only be MCQ, not this. This also. Variable overhead, I am not expecting a descriptive question. Because only 1 minus 2 you are doing. For that, how much you want? 5 marks? No. Okay. So, SH, AHW, AHW. Last column is actual rate. Other columns are standard rate. Be very careful. How do I get standard hours? Do you know how many hours are required to make 1 unit? 20 hours. Should I do 300 units into 20 or 250 units into 20? 250 or 300? 250. Why so? Standard hours is for actual production. If I do in Calci 250 into 20, I think I get 5000 hours. What is the name for 5000 hours? Standard hours for actual production, not time taken, to be taken. We still don't know actual. If I do 300 into 20, I get 6000 hours. What is the name for 6000 hours? Budgeted hours. Hello. And my formula is not BH. My formula is SH. Correct? Sir, that means I am understanding one thing from these two numbers. Budgeted hours is for budgeted production. Standard hours is for actual production. No. Read what I have written on screen. You read. I did 250 into 20. What is 250? Actual production. Into 20 I did. And you said, sir, 5000 hours I should have taken. I should have taken means it is standard hours. So standard hours is for actual production. Hello. And then I said, if I do 300 into 20, that 6000 hours, you said, sir, that is for budgeted production, that is budgeted hours. That means if I club all 4 points, budgeted hours is for budgeted production, standard hours is for actual production. Sir, but there is one more line, sir, actual hours 4500. What is this now? Actual hours is always for actual production. Why should you even check? Correct. Now combine all three sentences and tell what is 6000? Budgeted hours for budgeted production. Do I need that in my table? What is 5000 hours? Standard hours for actual production. Do I need SH? Yes. What is 4500? Actual hours. When you say actual hours, you should not continue that sentence. Actual hours for actual production. What is the meaning of this? Actual hours means it is for actual production only. Correct. Therefore, tell me which number I will write as SH. 5000. 5000 is your 250 into 20. Don't copy. Wait. Next. Do you know AHW? AHW means actual hours. How much is actual hours? 4500. 4500 here. 4500 here. Next, you need rate. Now, when you say this is standard hours, then rate should also be per hour. Correct. Now, you please tell me how to get standard rate. Think how to get standard rate. I need standard rate, so I should not take any actual numbers, by the way. I'm not asking third column. I'm asking first and second. Sir, they have given budgeted overhead, sir, 7800. Okay. If you do 7800 rupee and I want rate per hour, correct? Now this I should divide by 5000 hours or 6000 hours. Take your time and tell. What is numerator 7800? Budgeted overhead. Budgeted overhead should be divided by budgeted hours. That means I should divide by 6000. Sir, I don't want to mug up the formula. Understand logically. When you said 7800, I might spend, in your mind, 250 units were not there. When you prepared budget and said next month I may spend 7800, what was in your mind? I am planning to produce 300 units and each unit will require 20 hours. That means in my mind, when I am preparing budget, I have 7800 for 300 into 20. 250 actually I produced. But when I made budget is made before. That time I did not even know 250. I knew only 300. That means 7800 budgeted cost divided by 6000 budgeted hours. Both should be budget by budget, then only you'll get the rate. Sir, if you do that, budgeted overhead divided by budgeted hours, you will get budgeted rate, no? But you need standard rate. For rate, there is no two definition, budgeted rate and standard. Budgeted rate and standard rate is same. For time, there is a difference, budgeted hours and standard hours. BR and SR is one and the same. So when you do budgeted overhead by budgeted hours, what you get is BR, and some books write it as SR also. I think this note is there in the next page. You focus on screen here. Budgeted rate can also be written as standard rate. So for rate, it is same, only time it is different. Okay. Tell me in calci, is do 7800 rupee divided by 6000. 1 point. What is 1.3 for each hour? I was planning to spend 1.3. I'll dictate later. Don't worry. We have to show this working. Okay. The last column AR. I don't think I have to search for AR. Do you know actual amount itself? What's the number? 7,000. That means if I do 7,000 by 4500, 1.55 and so on. Correct? By the way, super talented students, after doing this, don't change 4,500 into 1.55 and this number you don't touch again. Because 1.55 they will round off now. 1.56. Then they do 4,500 into 1.56. Then they change the number already given in the question. No, not your job. Correct? They have already given. So 7,000 is kept as it is. 1.55 is more like a balancing figure. That number, 7,000 number you don't change. Now this into this I'll get here. This into this, then 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3. Yeah, start. Working note 1, question 40. What should be my working note? Whatever is the first thing you need in table. SH, standard hours. SH is equal to standard hours for actual production. Standard hours for actual production. That is how many units I produced? 250 into each unit requires 20 hours. SH ready. What else you need? HW. I think HW given already. 4,500. Last column also HW. Then you need rates. Standard rate. Working note 2. Standard rate is equal to budgeted rate is equal to, tell me, we estimated 7,800 rupee to be our cost, and when we estimated, in our mind we had 300 units into 20 hours. Correct? We did not make any plan for 250 units. Our plan was 300, but we could not achieve. So this will give you 1.3 rupee per hour. Now we can do the main table. Start column 1. Sorry, before the statement of variable overhead cost variance. S SH AH AH. We have done just now. Standard hours 5,000. Actual hours given in the question. One 1.55 is it? AR. 45 or 55? 55. Anybody column 1 if you have? Done. Column 1 minus 2, variable overhead efficiency variance. Column 2 minus 3, variable overhead rate, and rate is also called as expenditure variance. Remember, together variable overhead cost variance. One of you please, 1 minus 2. Correct? Tell me now, why is efficiency variance favorable? Efficiency is about working fast. We should have taken 5,000 hours, correct? But we completed the work in only 4,500 hours. That means you have saved time. If you save time, it is favorable. Whereas rate variance is adverse, because our plan was to spend 1.3 rupee per hour, whereas we have spent 1.55 per hour. We have paid extra money. You pay extra money, it has to be adverse. So we were fast, but cost also went up. So net effect is 500 adverse. Is suitable for MCQ. Done. Doubt? No. Huh. One more. This is MCQ question only, 15th. From the following data of a company, calculate variable overhead variance. Standard, actual, production given, hours required given, overhead rate per hour given, total actual hours given, variable overhead given. This we can do together. You also start. Do a question 15. Variable overhead cost variance. Column 1, 2, 3. SH, AHW, AHW. Last column is AR. Other columns standard rate. Tell me one by one how to get SH. Do we know how many hours are required to make 1 unit? They said standard hours required to make 1 unit is 4. Will I do 2500 into 4 or 2000 into 4? I heard 2500 also. Few people said 2500. I heard. First bench you also heard them saying. Male voice I heard. Specifically 2500. Standard hours is always for actual production. 100 times I've told you. That means it should be 2000 units into 4. Start. Okay. Next. Do we have actual hours worked? Yes. 9000. Here also, here also. Then you need rate. Standard rate, did they mention? 1.7. Last question we calculated this number. Here even this is given. Actual rate I don't need because 14250 actual cost is. That's okay, doesn't matter. That won't make a difference anyway, don't worry. 583 you can write. Column 1 total, anyone? 1 minus 2 efficiency 1000 adverse 1 done. Yes, now you know why I said it is MCQ type. Actually we are not even doing full overhead, this is just variable overhead. Then we have to learn fixed. Together they ask in exam, together with material, labor and overhead, all that together will be 10 marks question. So this is only one small segment. Before we start next discussion, everyone, listen to me. Some students have an objection with this heading itself. Sir, from first class of costing, you kept saying rent will remain same, and today you want to work out variance in rent. So either what you said in 29 classes is, or today and tomorrow is wrong. Correct? One most repeated example, this classroom rent will remain same. Correct? More students, less students, no students, lockdown 100 times I have said this. Correct? Now we are saying rent variance, rent is a fixed cost. That means this heading itself is meaningless. Correct, sir? And how can there be a name like this? Fixed overhead variance. Fixed means it should not vary. Correct? Rent is always fixed. It's not sometimes fixed, sometimes not fixed. And I'm not even discussing semi-variable. So don't even say some part is variable, some part is fixed. I'm discussing pure fixed cost. I'm talking about rent of this classroom only. Then how can there be variance? Sir, there should not be any variance. Only one possibility, sir, owner may increase rent. Correct? 10,000 rent may become 11,000 rent. That means max to max there should be only one variance. For one variance we need only two columns. Budgeted rent, actual rent. Should not be based on number of students, number of batches, number of hours of class, number of days in a month. It should not matter because rent remains same. Correct? But if you see in the book, this table is the biggest table. Something is wrong. Listen to me. You have to notice one more thing in the textbook. After that first table, this 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3, 3 minus 4 is in reverse order. If you understand that, then you will get to know what is the meaning of fixed overhead variance. All other variances we studied yesterday, today is 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3. Now we are doing 2 minus 1, 3 minus 2. That means this variance is calculated in reverse order. Correct? Listen, everyone. There are two companies, A Limited, B Limited. Both of them are paying rent of 10,000 rupees. Rent is a fixed cost, Jan, Feb, March, April, all 12 months. For next 5 years, you assume 10,000 per month remains same. Listen, A Limited is running the factory for all 31 days, whereas B Limited is giving Sunday holiday, public holiday, this, that, etc. He is running factory for only 24 days. Now you tell me, 10,000 is same for both of them? No, I did not hear. 10,000 is same for both of them. But who is making better use of 10,000? That is called favorable variance now. Sir, A is making better use of 10,000. That means A has favorable variance compared to B, because 10,000 won't change. How well you use 10,000 can change. Correct? Now, sir, based on this, B Limited is also now working for 31 days. Now, both of them are in a way, as you call it, doing full paisa vasool, full 31 days. Now, this guy, A Limited, he is running factory for 24 hours, 3 shifts of 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours. This guy is doing only 2 shifts, 8 and 8. Now, also tell me, A is making better use of 10,000 compared to B. Now, it is not about 10,000, it's about days, it's about time. Able to understand? Now, sir, this guy also, he attended this class and now full utilization. Now, nothing else is possible. All 31 days, all 24 hours. By the way, if we run our factory for all 31 days, all 24 hours, will owner come and object? Why are you doing pay extra rent, blah, blah, blah? No, that is the good quality of fixed cost. Even when my output is high because I'm working all 31 days, all 24 hours, correct? Even when my output is high, there will be no objection and there is no extra cost. Sir, this A Limited employees are 90% efficient. B Limited employees are only 70% efficient. What is the meaning of 90% efficient? If they work for 100 hours, they will give you good result of 90 hours. 10 hours they are slow. Assume this way. Yeah. Whereas B Limited employees are only 70% efficient. That means even now, A Limited is making better use of 10,000. Remember, whether it is 90, 70 or 60 or 10, 10,000 won't change. Following, which means you cannot reduce 10,000, but you can recover 10,000 in a good manner. Understand my sentence? Recovery, it is not spending now. That is why all other variances were 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3. Now it is 2 minus 1, 3 minus 2. It's not about how I spend, it's about how I recover. I don't remember whether I told you this story or not. One of my client, the steel shop guy, those who don't remember, one steel shop guy came to my office on Saturday. I said, sir, tomorrow holiday, what plans? He said, no holiday. Sunday also I'm working. My shop is open. I said, all 365 days you work? Yes, sir, I work. Then where is the vacation? Sir, 10 p.m. to morning 6 a.m. every day vacation only. Now tell me which topic he has understood properly. Fixed overhead recovery. Correct? Because he knows he is anyway paying rent for 31 days into 24 hours. If you give 3 days holiday, rent won't come down. If you work for 6 hours, rent won't come down. Therefore, he wants to work 31 days, 24 hours. Then he feels he is recovering rent well. So it is not about fixed cost coming down. It's about fixed cost being recovered. All of this is one side. Days, hours, speed. Assume now 31 days, 31 days, 24 hours, 24 hours, 90% efficiency, 90% efficiency. But owner of B Limited increased the rent by 1,000 rupees. Now also A Limited is in favorable position because they are able to do same thing with 10,000 cost, whereas you are paying 11,000, 1,000 extra. Only this place the variance is because of spending, not recovering. That means one variance is based on spending, three variances are based on recovery. That's why you see in the second table, they said 2 minus 1, 3 minus 2, 4 minus 3. Later they said 1 minus 5. That is in correct order. That they did not say 5 minus 1 or 5 minus 4, because only one variance is based on spending, whereas other three variances are based on recovery. That means, listen now, A Limited. Let's take one company now, January, February. Rent 10,000, 10,000. Now same company. In January, they worked for 25 days, keeping Sunday aside. February, they worked for 24 days. Now what happens in February? Adverse variance. Why adverse variance? 10,000 is not changing, but you are working for one day less. It is based on number of days. That's why it is called calendar variance. This is in your book. First variance is calendar variance. You don't need me to tell you. Calendar means days. Next, number of hours. Assume both 25, 20. I'm keeping it same so you focus on time now. Here we work for 24 hours per day. Here we work for only 18 hours per day. What is this now? Capacity variance. Why is it capacity variance? Building won't say don't use me for 24 hours. Understanding? Building is not crying, no, I can't work for 24 hours. Building is ready to work. You are not coming. That means you are underutilizing your capacity. Tell me, according to me, Yashas Academy is also underutilizing this building. 12:30 to 3 o'clock, this building is vacant. 8:30 night till morning 7 o'clock, this building is vacant. Yes or no? We can tie up with one USA Academy and faculties can come here in the night. There it is morning. We can do online class using this building. We are not using, underutilizing. Building won't say no, don't turn on this light after 8:30. Building is ready. Tell me now, in lockdown what happened? This was the problem. Capacity utilization 0. Building was ready. You did not come. Correct? No. Third one. Now I am keeping this same. 24 hours. 24 hours. But speed of production 80%. But here it is 75%. Now this is called what? Efficiency variance. Because you are slow, then also rent won't come down. If you are fast, then you will produce more. If you produce more, you sell more. You sell more, you earn more profit. If you don't do, then fixed cost won't come down. Now you add all the three. More days, more hours, high speed will result in more units. That's why together subtotal is called volume variance. You have it in the second table. More days, more hours, better speed together will result in higher units. That's why it's called volume variance. Now sir, this is also 80%, sir. Okay. Then unfortunately, owner came and said February onwards you have to pay 11,000 rent, otherwise vacate the building. Now this 1,000 extra that we are paying, this will be adverse variance. Correct? This variance is called as what now? Rate variance or expenditure variance. That means number of days is calendar variance, number of hours is capacity, speed of production, efficiency. All put together volume variance. Paying extra is rate variance. All put together cost variance. Done. Tell me, these three that I am highlighting, is it based on how I spend or how I recover? How I recover. Spending, I kept same 10,000 when I was discussing all the things. That means this is not how I pay, this is how I recover. That means variance has to be reverse calculated. That's why in the second table, 2 minus 1, 3 minus 2, 4 minus 3. Correct? Only one variance is based on how I spend. That is why it is 1 minus 5. And finally, the grand total will be overhead cost variance. Did you understand? Yeah. Here you have, everyone focus, 1 2 3 4 5. By the way, why do you have 5 columns? Because there are 4 variants. Out of 4, 3 are recovery, 1 is payment. That means these 3 should be reverse work. That is why 2 minus 1, 3 minus 2, 4 minus 3. First one is days, calendar. second is number of hours, capacity, third is speed of production, efficiency. All three together will give you more units, output or volume, correct? Only one thing is based on how you spend, all put together is cost. Coming to the table now. Budgeted hours, revised budgeted hours, actual hours, standard hours and actual hours. Last column is anyway AR. All other columns you can either write it as BR or SR. For rate it is one and the same, correct? This is given here as a note. Budgeted hour is for budgeted production, standard hours is for actual production. If you see in the table, some students get confused with these three terms. Observe BH, AH and SH. RBHU, don't worry, it will be something, some cross multiplication, that's not a problem. BH, AH and SHU, please understand properly. I'll give you one simple example, you can copy it later. If you don't get this, then next 1.5 to 2 hours will be very, very difficult. Now, listen to me. After all classes are done on last day of your batch, I met one student. I asked, what's the plan from tomorrow? Sir, not tomorrow, day after tomorrow. Tomorrow is rest. I said, okay, day after tomorrow, what is the plan? Sir, every day I will study 10 hours and I will work out 10 problems. Big problem, sir. All now we are in amalgamation type problem. Chiller question and all is yours. Our level has changed now. Only amalgamation. I said, okay. 2 days later, I met that student. I asked, how are the things going? Sir, good, sir. Every day I am doing 9 problems. But, sir, I am taking 11 hours. Now, you tell me, should I appreciate this student? Or should I complain? Or is it both? Think and tell. That student said, he will work out 10 problems in 10 hours, correct? But actually he has done 9 problems in 11 hours. Tell me, should I appreciate or depreciate him or both? I think it is both. I have one reason to appreciate also, one reason to depreciate also. Depreciate is not correct, I know. That much English, I know. Tell me, why should I appreciate first of all? Sir, instead of studying for 10 hours, he is studying for 11 hours. Tell me, is it his efficiency? Think and answer. He is working for more hours, it's efficiency. Think. You said you will study 10 hours, you studied 11 hours. Is it your efficiency? It is your capacity. This is the reason to appreciate. You are working 1 hour more. But I have one reason to complain also. Tell me. To do 9 problems. Tell me, complete my sentence. To do 9 problems. Perfect. You should have taken only 9 hours. But you are taking 11 hours. You are inefficient. This is efficiency. Correct? Now you tell me. When I met you on last day of the batch, you said, sir, from tomorrow my plan is to study 10 hours and do 10 problems. This is your budgeted hours for budgeted production. Understand the sentence properly. Both were budget because you told me before trying. Tomorrow, sir, I will study 10 hours. I will complete 10 problems. Okay. Now, what is 9 problems? Actual production. What is 11 hours? Actual hours. Then you tell me what is 9 hours? Standard hours. How many hours you should have taken for 9 problems? That is your standard hours. How many hours you have actually taken is actual hours. how many hours you told me you will take one day before is budgeted hours. Able to follow? Now complete the sentence. Budgeted hours is for budgeted production. Standard hours is for actual production. Actual hours is always for actual production. That is not a confusion also. Able to follow? Now you tell me, why should I appreciate you? Because you are working 1 hour extra. Capacity utilization is favorable. Favorable because you worked 1 hour extra. But why should I complain? I am very slow. I means you are very slow. I am complaining. Yeah. So you should have taken only 9 hours, but you took 11 hours. Correct, sir? This with full motivation I did for one day, sir. I told you I'll do for 31 days, but only 5-6 days I did this. Calendar variance. Days is calendar variance. Number of hours is capacity variance. Speed is efficiency. Understanding, everyone? This is the summary of budgeted hours, actual hours, and standard hours. If you don't get this, then this table can't be done because this table has only these things: BH, AH, SH, and one RBH, that is always cross multiplication, that you don't do. Yeah. So before we do any sums, I want you to copy this as a class note. Have you written the heading fixed overhead variance? Fixed overhead variance. Write as class note. Class note. Study plan for one day. No, write this. This is the most confusing thing to many students. They don't understand the difference between BH, SH, and AH. What was the plan? 10 hours to study, 10 problems to complete. Correct? This is budget, right, in bracket. And then actual performance, only 9 problems solved by taking 11 hours. This is actual. But to do 9 problems, you should have taken only 9 hours. That is standard. Done. Yes. Read from textbook. Now you know BH, AH, and SH. There is a note given. Everyone, budgeted rate can be written as standard rate also, but as it is a fixed overhead, these are budgeted well in advance, like rent. Therefore, it is preferred to use the term BR. Nothing wrong if you write it as SR, but all the places in study material only for fixed cost, they use the term budgeted rate. For calculation purpose, understand BR, SR is one and the same. Note, RBH, revised budgeted hours, is equal to budgeted hours by budgeted days into actual days. This you will understand only with the help of a sum, not now. Don't worry. Overheads are estimated on time basis. This note was there in the variable table also. Therefore, the table is prepared on the basis of time. If number of hours are not there, then we do it on day. If that's also not there, we do it on units, and all that will come as we do the sum. Question number 16. Everybody, next 5 minutes. Nothing to write because on this itself you have 17, 18, 19, 20, all of this has fixed overhead adjustment. This is the most confusing area to many students. Yeah, I'll explain. RBH, I'll explain with this sum. Don't worry. Everybody, question 16, nothing to copy. From the following data, calculate fixed overhead variance. Particulars, budget, actual. That means tell me we are now in the month of January. Say this is for February. So for the month of February, our budget is to work for 25 days, produce 20,000 units and spend 30,000 rupee from our pocket. Assume February is over. Then we have actual data. We have worked for 27 days. We have produced 22,000 units and we have actually spent 31,000 rupees. So you have budget, you have actual. Then budgeted fixed overhead rate is 1 per hour. That means this is BR, budgeted rate is with you. For this month, actual hours worked were 31,500. This is your AH, actual hours worked. As simple sentence as possible. This is not BH, this is not SH, no cross multiplication. Question is over. Now, listen to me. No copy. Column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. BH, RBH, AH, SH and AH. Last column is BR. No. Last column is AR. All other columns budgeted rate. One by one. Let's go very slow. Budgeted hours. How do I get? Can you tell me what is the way? Do you know budgeted overhead at least? What's the number? By the way, if I say overhead, it is fixed overhead only. That's what I'm discussing. Do you know budgeted overhead? What's the number? 30,000. Budgeted overhead means budgeted hours into budgeted rate. Budgeted overhead means BH into BR. Where is BH into BR in my table? First column. That means this number I already know. Following. Okay. Now to get BH, do you at least have BR with you? How much is budgeted rate? 1. If this is 1, then this has to be 30,000. Which means my plan for the next month is I'll work for 30,000 hours and I'll be spending 30,000 rupee. Therefore, on an average, I'll be spending 30 by 31 rupee. Sir, this one you can fill here, here and here. Correct? Done. Next, I need RBH. Now, to get RBH, as per the note given, BH by budgeted days into actual days. What is this now? See here, note 1. RBH is equal to budgeted hours by budgeted days into actual days. Everyone, go to the question. Budgeted hours, just now I got 30,000. Tell me this 30,000 hours was planned for how many days? 25 days. That means if I do, don't do 30,000 by 25, I will get to know my budget for every day. Hello, do it in Calci. 30,000 by 25. How many hours per day? 1,200. Now, some of you have one extraordinary doubt. Sir, in a day we have only 24 hours. What is this 1,200 hours? There are 100 people. They all work for 10 hours. That means together can come to 1,000 hours. If all of us work for 5 hours a day, that means total number of hours will be total into 5, correct? Now 30,000 hours was planned for 25 days. How many days we actually worked? 27 days. This is called revised budgeted hours. What's the number? 32,400 hours. Observe everyone. If your budget was to work for 25 days, and 30,000 hours, then for 27 hours, sorry, 27 days, you could have worked for 32,400 hours. That's why it's called revised budgeted hours. My 30,000 was based on 25. Then for 27, how many days? That number is going here, 32,400 into 1 anyway, 32,400. Correct? Next, do I know actual hours? Did they give you actual hours? Yes, sir. Where is actual hours? After the table, 31,500. This you can fill here and here. 31,500, 31,500. Sir, this also you fill 31. Done. Everyone. Next, you need standard hours. You tell me. We have written one very good example just. How to calculate standard hours? This budgeted hours of 30,000. Note 2. Budgeted hours of 30,000. This was for how many units of production? 20,000 units. Tell me, budgeted hours is for budgeted production. How many units we actually produced? 22,000 units. Then how many hours we should have taken? Sorry, 33,000. Remember, 10 hours, 10 problems, or 9 problems, you should have taken 9 hours. Same cross multiplication. 30,000 hours were allotted for 20,000 units. That means to do 22,000 units, you should have taken 33,000 hours. This will go here. SH. Correct? There is a logic behind all these 2 minus 1, 3 minus 2. I'll explain. First, let me fill the data. The last column, I need AH into AR. AH is ready. Actual rate you need. Instead, do you know actual overhead amount itself? What's the number? 31,000. If you fill this 31,000 by 31,500 is fill in the blanks now. 0.984. That's the number. Correct? Listen. This is not very important. All filling the numbers. What is important is next story. Column 2 minus 1, 3 minus 2, 4 minus 3. All in reverse order. That means this is all about recovery. Tell me, first one is what variance? Calendar. Second one is capacity. Third one is efficiency. All this put together will give you volume variance. And then 1 minus 5 is your rate variance. And then you get total. Correct? Now, 2 minus 1 is calendar variance. In my table, if I do 2 minus 1, I will get favorable variance. Correct? Now, please try and explain to me, why is calendar variance favorable? Calendar is about what? Days or hours? In your calendar, you have days. Correct? Now tell me, if it is calendar variance favorable, then it should be about days. Tell me, what was our plan? Budget was to work out 25 days. But did we actually work for more days? Because we came to office 2 days extra, did rent go up? No. That's why calendar variance is favorable. Imagine in next question, budget is 25 days, actual is 24 days. Then calendar variance will be adverse, because whether you come for 25 or 24, rent won't change. By coming for 2 extra days, you can produce more. Remember my first example, 2 companies. By coming for 1 extra day, the rent is not changing anyway. This 2,400 is favorable variance. Remember, it is 2 minus 1 now, not 1 minus 2. 32,400 minus 30,000. Correct? Second one. 3 minus 2 is capacity. Now, capacity is not about days. Capacity is about hours. Every day, how many hours? I said I should appreciate that student because he worked for 11 hours, where he planned to work only for 10, but he worked for 11 hours. Now, that is 3 minus 2. Now, tell me, if you do 3 minus 2, 31,500 minus 32,400, you are going to get what variance? adverse. Can you tell me this was favorable? Calendar, correct? Now capacity, why is it adverse variance? Can you try and explain? Observe, you are doing 3 minus 2. 3 is actual hours worked, correct? 2 is revised budgeted hours, which means you had the capacity to work for 32,400 hours, but you were lazy. You worked only for 31,500. That means you are underutilizing your capacity. Tell me, if you had used your full capacity, then actual hours also should have been 32,400. If you had utilized your full capacity, then AH should also be equal to 32,400. Should I repeat? Tell me, how did you get 32,400 by the way? RBH, correct? Now we'll connect everything. Listen, our budget was to work for 25 days, 30,000 hours. For 27 days, we had the capacity to work for 32,400. But did we work for 32,400? No, sir. That means we did not use our full capacity. We were lazy. We could have come to factory. We did not come. If we come, factory rent won't go up. But we did not come. Underutilization of capacity. In Calci, do 3 minus 2. What's the number? 900 adverse. Correct? Now efficiency. Efficiency is 4 minus 3. Now tell me, 4 minus 3 efficiency variance, 33,000 minus 31,500. Is it favorable? First you tell me favorable or adverse. Explain to me why favorable. You are comparing 4 and 3. Rate is same, forget that. That means when you do 4 and 3, you are comparing standard hours and actual hours. Standard hours is the time you should have taken. Actual hours is the time that you actually took. You should have taken 33,000 hours, but you completed the work within 31,500. That means you are fast. If you are fast, then efficiency should be favorable. Correct? Sir, the second one and third one is like us. Adverse capacity, favorable efficiency. You remember in budget class, I told you something like this. Sir, we don't study, sir. If we study, no, all India rank. We don't study is what? Capacity. We don't use our capacity. But if we study, favorable efficiency. Able to follow? Understand, working for more hours is what variance? Capacity variance. Working at good speed is efficiency variance. These guys could have worked for 32,400, but they were lazy. They worked only for 31,500. But in the 31,500 hours, they were super fast. They completed 33,000 hours ka work. Capacity, underutilization, efficiency, super performance. That's why now tell me, this is favorable. What number? 33,000 minus 1,500. Favorable. Subtotal will come. Don't worry. Then I need rate variance. Rate variance is 1 minus 5. What is 1? 30,000 we were supposed to pay. What is 5? 31,000 we paid. Did we pay 1,000 extra rent? That means this has to be what variance now? Adverse variance. 1,000 rupee adverse variance. And then the grand total will. First three are in reverse order because it's about recovery. Last one is in correct order because it's about payment. Clear? Everybody? Next question. After reading the question without touching calci, we should be able to decide whether final answer is going to be favorable or adverse. That is possible if you understand the logic clearly. Correct? Quickly tell me. Don't get confused. If you discuss, you won't get this. BH is number of hours we budgeted. Correct? RBH is after considering actual days, we revised our budget. 25 days we planned, sir, in between 7 days lockdown. Then we have to revise our budget. That's why RBH. BH by budgeted days into actual days. Sir, 31 days I wanted to work. In between 2 days, Bandh and curfew. Now I have to revise my budget for 29 days. That's why it is called BH by budgeted days into actual days. This was my original plan. This is my revised plan based on actual days. This is the hours that I actually worked. This is the time that I should have taken. Four different things. This AH is same any. Correct? Copy now. Correct. First copy. Alex, everyone, you have to copy this. Please copy. Anyone has subtotal? 3000 what? Favorable. Done. One or two more problems you'll get the comfort. Don't worry. Fixed overhead is different. You have to think more. The table was actually very easy. All into one. Can I? Question number 70. Everyone, this we will do together. We'll be able to get the grip. Listen, from the following data, calculate fixed overhead variances, particulars, budget, actual, output given, man hours means labor hours every day, output per hour given, number of days given, fixed overhead amount also given. Before we write anything, let's analyze the question. You will get some logical answer here itself. Listen to me. Which is the first variance we calculate? Calendar. Calendar variance is based on days. If you see, my budget was to work for 25 days, but actually we worked for 26 days. Favorable or adverse? One day extra, if I come, rent won't go up. Good for us. Correct? Recovery. Remember the sentence. That means calendar variance is favorable. Okay. Next one is capacity. Man hours means labor hours every day. Budget was 800. We thought we'll work for 800 hours every day. But we have actually worked for 1000 hours. Remember that student who told me, sir, I'll work for 10 hours, but he worked for 11 hours. I had to appreciate for that, which means capacity favorable. We don't know the number, but we know logically what should happen. Correct. Next is efficiency, which is based on speed. Correct. Here they said output per hour. In 1 hour, output expected was 1.25 kg. But actually we have produced output of only 1.2 kg. Adverse variance, or we are slow. Our output was supposed to be 1.25, but we produced only 1.2, which means I'll write here efficiency variance is adverse. Which is the last variance you have? Rate variance. Correct? Rate variance is based on rupee versus rupee. It's not about time now. How much was budgeted cost? 37,500. But actually we have paid 38,000. That means the rate variance has to be adverse because we have paid extra. Logically we know the answer. Now we only need the numbers. Correct? Start. Heading. Question 17. Fixed overhead variance. Column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. BH, RBH, AH, SH and AH. Last column AR, other columns BR. Let's go very slow. First I need BH. If I see the table, our plan was to, or our budget was to work for 25 days, and each day how many hours we wanted to work? 800. That means if I do 25 days into 800 hours, I'll get to know budgeted hours. Go slow. My budget was to come to office for 25 days and work for 800 hours every day. That means 25 into 800 is my BH. Right. 25 into 800 is my BH. Correct. Next, I need RBH. I'll do note 1. Revised budgeted hours is equal to budgeted hours by budgeted days into actual days. Understand logically what is the meaning? 25 into 800. What's the number? 20,000 hours. This was planned for 25 days. Correct? But we actually worked for 26 days. Correct? 20,800 hours. Yes, this was our capacity. Whether we used it or not, that will come when I do AH. Yeah, 20,800 RBH. Okay. Actual hours. Do we know actual hours? Yes. Number of days 26, and daily we work for 1000. That means if I do 26 into 1000, this is my actual hours worked. You also do it parallelly. This I can fill in last column also. Correct. One last thing I need is SH, working note 2. Remember that 10 hours, 10 problems, 9 problems, how many hours? So this 20,000 hours budget was to produce 25,000 kg output. Go slow. 20,000 hours. What is this? BH. This was for budgeted production of 25,000 kg. Correct? How many kgs you actually produced? 31,000 kg. How many hours you should have taken? Or I should have taken 24,800 hours. Correct? This is my SH 24800. All okay till this. What next now? I need rate. How to get budgeted rate? Do you know budgeted fixed overhead amount? 37,500. If I fill it here, then I can get BR. Or if you want to do it in formula, note 3, tell me budgeted rate is equal to budgeted overhead by budgeted hours. Correct? How much was budgeted overheads? 37,500. And this was supposed to be incurred in 20,000 hours. 1.875 exact. Then don't round off. Keep it as it is. This will go to my table now. 1.875. Last column I will not search AR because actual amount itself is given 38,000. That if you divide by 26,000, 1.46 and so on, that will not impact anyway. I have 38,000 with me. Anybody? Column 1, 37,500. Column 2, correct? That from here 2 minus 1, 3 minus 2, so on. So properly understanding BH, RBH, SH, if that is done, then there is nothing now. From here it is all calculator work. Yes, start sir. One by one. Fixed overhead, calendar, capacity, efficiency. This will give me volume. Rate or expenditure. Therefore, this will give me 2 minus 1, 3 minus 2, 4 minus 3, 1 minus 5. Anybody? 1,500 watts, sir. Favorable. 9,000. Favorable. Done. Before starting the solution writing part, we discussed these variances. Correct? Here, calendar and capacity favorable. Correct? And then efficiency and rate adverse. These two favorable and these two adverse. This you can also do. Just you have to observe few things properly. Especially fixed overhead variance. It's not about big table and too much of calculation. Getting correct number in correct box. By the way, they will not give you two fixed overheads. There is no mixing of rent and depreciation. Correct? It will be separate. Rent one table, depreciation one table, and so on. You will not have mixed variance in two expenses. How will you mix rent and depreciation? Correct? quick 2 minutes break and then we'll continue. Question number 18. I will first discuss this and I want you to try. Yes, concentrate. From the following data, calculate fixed overhead variances, particulars, budget and actual, output in units, capacity, number of hours every day, number of days, number of hours required to do one unit, fixed overhead amount. Now, calendar variance when I work out, it is days versus days. So this has to be favorable now. Guys, this sum you are doing. I'm only explaining now. Concentrate. Second, capacity 8,000 was budgeted and daily we have worked 8,800. That means favorable variance. Then comes efficiency. Go slow here. By the way, this table looks like previous table, but it's not. Don't go by that. Here, explain this to me. Number of hours required to make one unit is 16, but actual it is 17. Is efficiency favorable or adverse? Sure. Time required to make one unit was 16, but we have taken 17. That means we were slow. Correct? Tell me why I said don't compare. This was output for 1 hour. Here it is output for 1 hour. Here time required to make one unit. It's exactly opposite actually. Therefore, don't think table looks similar, so everything is similar. If it is similar, why will I give you this as classwork? I know your level. Correct? It is different. That's why this is classwork now. Tell me. So 16 hours you should have taken, but you took 1 hour extra. That means you're slow. If you're slow, efficiency is adverse. Okay. Next is rate variance. Our plan was to spend 125,000. We have spent 1,30,000. That means expenditure or rate is adverse. If they ask you 1 mark MCQ expenditure variance is dash, you do difference between these two and take 5,000. Because if you do also, you'll do 1 minus 5. What is 1? BH into BR. BH into BR is BO. BH into BR is budgeted overhead. AH into AR is AO, actual overhead. Why do you need a table for that? If it is MCQ, directly tick. Correct. But now it's not MCQ, so you have to do full tick. So we know logically what should be our answer. From here, I leave it to you. Take 10 minutes time, work out this. Give a try. those who have done, how much is BH? So you have done 25 into 8,000. 25 into 8,000. Okay. RBH, this will come from working note 1, correct? H 2 to 8, correct? Same here also. SH, all those who have done, is this correct? Any number, if you are not getting, let me know. Okay, then rate 0.625. This is coming from this 130, correct? Column 2 total 143,000. All those who are trying, this is the final answer. From here it is 2 minus 1, 3 minus 2. Please raise your hands. How many of you got this? Good. Those who are not getting, which number is wrong? Sorry. Full solution done. Full problem doubt. Full solution done. Full problem you have done mistakes. Okay. Which I think BH is mistaken, therefore understand, if you do BH incorrectly, BR will go wrong. If BR goes wrong, column 1, 2, 3, 4 is wrong. Completed. Anyone, if you need help, let me know. Standard hours calculation. First tell me how much is BH 2 lakh. 2 lakh hours is for 12,500 units. Then to produce 13,400 units, how many hours? We should have taken cross multiplication. Understand the sentence. 2 lakh hours is for 12,500, for 13,400. How many hours? Completed. Those who have done 2 minus 1. I'm writing here 5,000 favorable. Second answer favorable. This is the final answer. I want you to convince me. Why is calendar favorable? Our budget was to work for 25 days. We worked for one more day. Correct? Suppose in exam, both are 25 days. Then no talking please. In exam, budgeted days are 25, actual days also 25. Then what will happen to calendar variance? Nil. Don't say we can't calculate. BH and RBH is same now. It will be same. Correct. One more twist. In exam, they'll give you only budgeted days. and they don't give you actual days at all, then you write a note. It is assumed budgeted days and actual days are same. If budgeted days, actual days are same, BH is equal to RBH. No. If budgeted days are printed in question, actual days is not printed, then I can't do RBH. To do RBH, that formula is BH by budgeted days into actual days. If they don't give, then I have to assume. What assumption? Actual days are same as budgeted days. If both are same, budgeted hours by budgeted days into actual days, same two numbers are cancelled. RBH is equal to BH. If RBH is equal to BH, then 2 minus 1 is nil. Calendar variance 0. This should be a theory question. To test your concept, they should ask this: under what circumstance calendar variance is nil? Budgeted days are more than actual, budgeted days are less than actual, then proper subject knowledge will get tested. Why I am saying, in one of the questions later, only budgeted days are given, RBH is not given. Now to do RBH, you need both days. If they don't give, you have to assume it as same. If both are same, then BH is equal to RBH, then 2 minus 1 is same. Correct? Second, why is capacity favorable? Sir, based on revised budget, we were supposed to work for 208,000, but we have worked for 228800. We worked for more hours. Capacity utilization is favorable. Instead of working for, in the table also you can see, instead of working for 8 hours, 8,000 hours, you work for 8,800 hours. If you work extra, your capacity is favorably used. Correct? Efficiency is adverse, that is 4 minus 3. Sir, standard hours I should have taken 214400, but I have actually taken more time. If I take more time, I am less efficient. Inefficiency, that means it is adverse variance. Subtotal 9,000 favorable. And then expenditure or rate is adverse. Why? My plan was to pay 125,000, but I've actually paid 130,000. So I have paid 5,000 extra. So now can I say this? I paid 5,000 extra, but I recovered 9,000 extra. So net I have a benefit of 4,000. Did I spend extra? Yes. But did I get the benefit back? Yes. More benefit than what I spent extra. That's why it is net favorable. Did you understand? Good. We are doing 20th question now. Listen to me. This question has all variances from material till fixed overhead. Okay. You see the last part of the question. What are they asking? Sir, everything they are asking. We are lazy enough to read also what they want actually. That much they have asked. Sir, first word is material, last word is fixed overhead. That means they have asked full topic. Correct? Now listen. Which means this is a kind of revision of full topic now. Correct? Mark this important. And before we do this quickly in 60 seconds, tell me all. Material cost variance. How many columns? 4. First column is SQ, RSQ, AQ. Correct. This 1 minus 2 will give you what? Yield variance. 2 minus 3, subtotal. 3 minus 4, all put together, cost variance. RSQ is equal to AQ total in SQ ratio. Correct? Done. Next is labor cost variance. I think I have 5 columns. Tell me, SH, last column AR, So 1 minus 2 yield variance, 2 minus 3 subtotal efficiency, 3 minus 4, 4 minus 5, all together RSH is equal to SH ratio. If nothing is given, 3 minus 4 is 0 because idle time is nil if they don't give me any information. Okay. Third one was variable overhead cost variance. This variance is because of only two reasons, either efficiency or rate. That means three columns. No, tell me, this is SH, AHW, AHW. Always and always last column is AR. Correct? Other columns are standard. Okay. 1 minus 2 efficiency variance, 2 minus 3 grand total is cost variance. There is no cross multiplication, no assumption, nothing here. Doubt, madam? Tell me, why is it so easy? That's the doubt. No. Last one, fixed overhead cost variance. How many columns? 5. Without checking book. Give a try. BH. Last column is, it's okay if you write BR or SR, not a problem. Okay. Fixed overhead variance is not about payment, it's about recovery. Only one variance is about payment. Therefore, tell me first, 2 minus 1 calendar variance, 3 minus 2 capacity, 4 minus 3 efficiency. This total volume variance. Listen now, in MCQ model, 2 minus 1, 3 minus 2, 4 minus 3 and together is volume variance. If they directly ask volume variance, now I heard somebody saying 1 minus 2 2 cancel, 3 3 cancel. It should be 4 minus male voice again. You know what will happen, hero? You will get correct answer, but adverse you will write as favorable. And they know you. One option, same number adverse, next option, same number favorable. Because this is reverse, they know you will do this mistake. Correct? Now cancel is not this way because it is reverse calculation. Okay, chalo, after that one more we have 1 minus 5 rate variance. All put together fixed overhead cost variance. In that RBH is equal to budgeted hours by budgeted days into actual days. This is possible only if they give me proper information in the question. Number of days planned, number of days actually worked. If they don't give me, then budgeted days is equal to actual days. If budgeted days is equal to actual days, BH is equal to RBH, then 2 minus 1 is nil. So calendar variance is possible only if you give me days. You don't give me days, how can I work out calendar variance? Then answer will start directly from 3 minus 2. Because 2 minus 1 is anyway nil. Correct? So perfect. Now question 20 left hand you can solve. Yeah. Since you know all formulas, it should be easy. By the way, come to last part of this question, A, B, C, D up to J, they have asked. Take it as this many multiple choice questions. This is what can happen in exam now, simple. And by the way, I am not sure whether I really need full table. First they ask material price, then they ask usage. Now price is 3 minus 4, usage is 1 minus 3. For 2 there should be more than one raw material, otherwise I will still have to do full table. 1, 3 and 4. Correct? 3.1, 3.2 we'll see if it is there. Otherwise 1, 3 and 4 straight up. Okay. Chalo start now. Aradhya Limited manufactures a commercial product for which the standard cost per unit is given to you. Material 5 kg 4 rupee, labor 3 hours at 10 rupee. Overhead variable given, fixed given, both are estimated on time. Overheads are anyway estimated on time basis. Next, during the month of January, 600 units of the product were manufactured at a cost shown below. Material purchased 5000 kg at 4.1, material used is only 3500 kg. Sir, They played a small game here with purchase and consumption. That means I'll have to do 3.2, 3.1 separately. Consumption and purchases are different. Correct? Uh, Direct labor 1700 hours into 9, variable overhead given, fixed overhead given. By the way, all these are actual details. During the month, this happened. All actual. Now, flexible budget required 1800 direct labor hours for operation at monthly activity level used to set the fixed overhead rate. This we will discuss once we go to fixed overhead. Actually, if they don't print also, we will get this 1800 in our working note. Don't worry. After this, sub-question A, material price, sub-question B, material usage. Other than this, nothing is about material. So these two I'll have to do. Correct? Now, we have done so many questions in tabular form. If you want to do, I'm leaving it to you. If you want to do in formula way also, you can try this sum now. Because anyway, I told you consider each question as one MCQ. For one MCQ, doing full table is not necessary. Give a try, I am saying. If you want to do table, I am comfortable. Anyway, in MCQ, how you do, they won't check. Correct? Tell me now, they want price variance, usage variance. Price variance is 3 minus 4. Use 3.2 minus 4. Okay. Usage variance is 1 minus 3, but now it is 3.1 because I have purchase and consumption. Correct? Do we have single raw material or more than one raw material? Single raw material will have no RSQ. Single raw material will not have any RSQ. Correct? That means it is 1, 3.1, 3.2 and 4. If you want table, go with table. If you want to write line by line in formula way, you can do that also. Nothing wrong. Yeah, start. Question number 20. Sub question A and B. Those who are doing table, you should write A and B and then do one table because one table will give you both answers. Hello. Those who are doing separately, first A and then B, then C, then D, this way. If you allow, I will show both ways, table way and formula way. For material, then labor onwards you can decide as per your convenience. Okay. If I want to do it in table way, please listen. Concentrate. SQ, no RSQ because it is single raw material. AQC, AQP because I have consumption and purchase separately. Last column is AQP. Column 1, 3.1, 3.2 and 4. 1 second. Just a second. Yes. Concentrate. Just a second. Yes. Sorry. Listen. SQ, no RSQ, AQC, AQP and AQP. Last column is AR, standard rates. This is tabular way 1, 3.1, 3.2 and 4. Help me with the numbers. Standard quantity, how to get? Do we know how many units we have produced? Actual production 600 units. Okay. How many kgs were supposed to be consumed? 5 kg. So 600 into 5 will give me SQ. Everyone correct? Don't copy now. SQ done. Next I need AQC. Consumption means usage. In the question, consumption is 3500. Do I know how much I have purchased? 5000 kg, 5000 kg. Simple. Then last column you need actual rate. Actual rate is given as 4.1. Correct. Standard rate is there in previous page into 4 rupee. Correct. Do this in calci quickly. Correct. Those who are doing in tabular form, listen carefully. Everyone, if you are doing in tabular format, when you present the answer, you see what they have asked first: material price variance and then material usage variance. So validator will check in that order. Correct. Therefore, when you write also, instead of writing 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3, be careful. They are going to count first answer as price variance. Safer thing, they should simply print calculate all variances. But that's not in our hand. If they print price variance first, that means they are going to check price variance first. So now tell me price variance is equal to, price variance is 3.2 minus 4. This is 500 adverse. Am I correct? And second one, they are going to check what? Usage variance. Usage variance is 1 minus 3.1, which is 2000 adverse. This is the way if you want to do table. Correct? Now those who want to do in formula approach, listen to me. First sub question is what? Material price variance. Material price variance is equal to column 3.2 minus 4, but you can't write column 3.2 because you're not writing table. Understanding what I'm saying? Now you should convert that column into formula. What is 3.2? AQP into standard rate minus AQP into AR. Hello? You can bring AQP common outside bracket, etc. if you want to do. If you don't have patience, then put all the numbers. That is also okay. How much is AQP, sir? 5000 into standard rate was 4. This is 5000 into actual rate is 4.1. If you do this is 2000, no, 20,000. This will be 20,000, 500, 500 adverse. You don't need a table. You can do this way also. But here you don't write column 3 minus column 4 without writing table. No mixing of these two ways. Correct? Now you tell, if I want to do sub question B, material usage variance is equal to, in my mind it is 1 minus 3.2, but I can't write 1. What is 1? SQ into SR minus AQC into SR only. Rate is not changing. SQ is equal to, sir, you produce 600 units, you should have taken 5 kg. That means it is 3000 kg into 4 minus actual consumption is 3500 kg into 4. So this will be 2000 adverse. Correct? This way if you want to write in formula approach. This way if you want to do in table approach. Correct? Those who want to follow table approach, copy now. In exam, if you write short form, it's okay, because they also in part B today when you do homework, you will see a lot of answers. They do SQ into SR. They won't write full standard quantity into standard rate. In standard costing chapter, they know SQ means standard quantity. And there is no other place in the chapter where we use SQ. So it can't be anything else. Those who want to do table, this is the way. Those who want to do formula approach, this is the way. I'll come back. Wait. Those who want to do formula way, this is the presentation. Tabular way, this is the presentation. Can we continue? This, may I know how many of you are comfortable with formula approach? When it is MCQ type, this is actually time saving, and these kind of questions, 10 different variances. Now those who are writing table, we have to write 4 tables now. Material, then labor, then variable, then fixed. But because you have done so many questions, table gives you that comfort. So you decide in exam. If it is MCQ, then this is a easy way, faster way. If it is descriptive like 10 marks variety, then table is preferred way. Okay. Hello, now next question. Sub question C and D. Everybody don't do full table, please. C and D. What are they asking in C? Labor rate variance and efficiency variance. Rate variance will be 4 minus 5. Correct? Efficiency variance is 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3 subtotal. There is no 2 column. That means it is 2 to cancel straight away, 1 minus 3. That means you need column 1, column 3, column 4 and 5. Correct? Start. Those who are doing tabular way, 1, 3, 4, 5. SH, AHW, AHP, AH. Last column is AR. Other columns are standard rates. This is the solution for C and D. Together this table. How to get standard hours? 600 units produced, and first table says each unit requires 3 hours. So it is 600 into 3. Actual hours worked given as 1700. They haven't given anything about abnormal idle time. So this number I am taking as it is 1700. Now the rates, standard rate per hour. In previous table you have 10, actual also given. It's actually big question but not a good question. Everything is printed. Not difficult actually. Anybody? 15,300 is it? Now be careful before writing. Sub question C is labor rate variance. 4 minus 5, correct? Rate variance is 1700. Favorable. Those who are doing in formula, where did you get 1700 favorable? Ah. And labor efficiency, it is actually subtotal, but to do subtotal I don't have mix gang here, so it is straight away 1 minus 3. 1000 favorable. Done. Done. Those who did in formula approach, I hope you have got same two numbers. Yes, good. Next, sub question E and F, variable overhead expenditure means rate, and then variable overhead efficiency. By the way, this table has only two variances. Variable overhead table, one is efficiency, second is rate. Rate means expenditure. That means now nothing to think also, you have to just do table 1, 2, 3 column. Sub question E and F. Column 1, column 2, column 3. SH, AHW, AH. Last column. I want you to listen for a minute. One small possibility of a mistake here. Please listen. How to get the numbers? Standard hours, how to do? How many units we produced? 600. And each unit requires 3 hours. Okay. Actual hours, do we know? AHW. Sir, in second table, they have given variable overhead directly amount 1900. Sir, they haven't given number of hours. Now tell me, in that same table, direct labor is given as 1700 hours. I told you overheads are estimated on the basis of either labor hour or machine hour. That means for this also number of hours is same 1700. If you remember in overhead topic, at least my action you will remember. For 1 hour of me taking class, what Yashas is paying me is labor cost. But because of my class, electricity bill is overhead cost. For both, it is same 1 hour. I take class for 1 hour. They pay me. That is labor cost. I take class for 1 hour. There is electricity bill. That is overhead. For both labor cost and overhead cost, base is my time. 1 hour. That means here also this is 1700 only. Correct? Listen, listen. It's not over. Confusing part is not over. Listen, madam. Listen. What else now? I need standard rate. Do we have overhead standard rate? Yes, sir. Sir, first table, if you see variable overhead 3 hours at 1 rupee, 1 rupee. Correct? But actual rate, I don't have to search. Actual variable overhead is given as 1900. This divided by this, I can fill that. Correct? With this, my table is ready. 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3. Over. Done. Complete now. If anyone has done AR number, 1 point? 1 1 or 1 2, that's okay. Done. Those who are doing in formula approach, AHW into AR, you can directly write 1900. You don't search 1700 into how much. If you're writing in formula way, you won't get fill in the blanks there. Please understand, in table you get that. You can fill 1900, 1700, then it is missing figure. By the way, actual hours into actual rate has to be actual cost. It is A into A. There is no confusion also. Correct? Now sub question E, what are they asking? Variable overhead. First they are asking expenditure variance. Expenditure variance means what, sir? It is column 2 minus 3. Rate, correct? In bracket it was printed rate or expenditure or budget. So this is now 200 and efficiency variance is 1 minus 2. What now? 100. Favorable. Those who did in formula way, raise your hands. Numbers are correct. Done. Yes. So today we are so involved, we did not check time only. Already 1:45. No, not one. I also did not. That's okay. For tomorrow and day after, don't wear wristwatch and come to class. Yeah. And Saturday, don't make any plan from morning 7 a.m. till night 8:30 p.m. Keep it in my name. For Saturday, I'm saying 7 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Don't make any plan. Full stop. Don't make any plan for Saturday, 7 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Done. I am working every day 7 to 8:30 p.m. One day I am asking you what is the problem. I am not even asking, I am saying 7 to 8:30 p.m. 7 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Don't make any plan for Saturday. Done. Fixed overhead variance. As per the question, they want you to do, guys, sub question G, H, I and J. Please read. They are asking you to do fixed overhead, expenditure, volume, capacity, efficiency. One number is, or one information they are not asking. Before that, our first variance itself is not asked in the question. Calendar variance. Hello, 1 minute. Concentrate, guys. Last one table. Hero. One table only. Concentrate. Calendar variance is not asked. For that to be asked in the question, they should give me number of days. Without giving number of days, how can they ask me find out calendar? You first give me calendar, then I can do variance. You tell me 25 days, 24 days, 20, where is that information? Correct? But after the second table, they gave one line. This information after second table, everyone, if you see, the flexible budget required 1800 labor hours for operation at the monthly activity level that is used to set fixed overhead rate. Even if this number is not printed, I'll reach this number. How many units did we produce? 600 units. And each unit requires 3 hours. This is what I told you. They print, they don't print. We know it is 600 into 3800. That means even if I write BH, RBH, etc., remember I do not have number of days. So 2 minus 1 will be anyway nil. If you write also, you'll end up writing same. Correct? So BH, RBH is same. Calendar variance nil. After that is capacity, then efficiency, then volume, then rate, then cost. Anyway, they want 4 variances. I can prepare table. Start. One note you write before. It is assumed that budgeted days and actual days are same. It's not printed. Whatever is the number is same. Start the table. Column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Most of the numbers will be repeated here because I don't have days and other things. So we'll get to know. Budgeted hours, revised budgeted hours, actual hours, standard hours, actual hours. Please listen. 1 minute, everyone. How to do budgeted hours? They said after the second table, the flexible budget required 1800 labor hours for operation at monthly capacity that is used to set fixed overhead rate. That means it is 1800. They said this is used to set the rate. RBH, I can't do any working note because 1800 divided by number of days into number of days, I don't know. Therefore, this will also be written as 1800. Effectively, 2 minus 1 is nil. Correct? You answer. Do we at least know AH? How many actual hours we worked? 1700. This I can fill here also. Do we know standard hours? Don't calculate again, you have done somewhere. Standard hours is here, no. Here also 600 into 3. How much is standard hours now? 1008. All okay till this. Now I need rates. Where is budgeted rate for fixed overhead? Sir, go to first table. Under overhead, under fixed, they said 0.5. Anyway, this is per hour. And sir, actual, you don't work out anything. You just copy 900 that is already given. So 900 by 1700 is to be filled there. Correct? Copy now. Complete the answer. Done. $900 is it? First two columns. Next one. 50. Anyone this number? 0 point? That's okay. Now you don't start from 2 minus 1. Check what they want. First sub question G. They want fixed overhead expenditure. Expenditure variance means rate variance. I think it is 1 minus 5. Correct? 1 minus 5 is nil. 900 minus 900. Okay. H. Volume variance. Sir, volume variance is subtotal, sir. Subtotal of what? 2 minus 1, 3 minus 2, 4 minus 3. You can cancel common things. Listen. 2 minus 1, 3 minus 2, 4 minus 3. This total is volume variance. Correct? And in this 2, 2 and 3, 3 cancel. So effectively it is 4 minus 1. 4 minus 1 is 900 minus 900. Sir, what is this? Nil. One more sub question. Fixed overhead capacity variance is equal to, tell me, capacity is what? 3 minus 2. 850 minus 900. 58 was correct. One last. Efficiency is 4 minus 3. Done. Good question. Mark it. Important. Mark this important. We will continue in the next class. Thank you. Good to start. We are in standard costing. Last segment we discussed all 4 variances and we started working out combined variance problems. Correct? I had asked you to try a couple of questions. Did you guys try? Yes, sir. From part B, I'm discussing this 24th question we covered in class itself yesterday. Everyone in part B. 25, did I ask you to try? Yes. Okay. Those who tried question 25, if you have any doubt, let me know. I think the way they have presented is different. And they have done 5 tables actually. You have done all of that in one table. But you will have lot of working notes to be able to fill in that table you would have done. So I think they covered working note also here itself by doing all this cross multiplication. Correct? Instead you have done working note 1, 2, 3 for SH, RSH, AHW and so on, and these are the variances that you are supposed to check. May not be in the same order, but rate variance you check your rate variance, efficiency variance you check, efficiency variance. See, when in question, keep this in mind. I think most of you have not done this, I'm sure. No, this some you have done, but when in question they ask variances in a particular order, they expect you to show answer also in this order, but your answer has 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3 order. They want cost variance first, but you would have written yield variance first, correct? Yes. Suppose this is not printed. If they simply say calculate all labor variances, now there is no order decided by question setter. Now your order is the final order, that's all. But when they print question like this, they want you to do labor cost variance first. That means this is 1 minus 5, basically grand total, correct? So your answer should also be in this order. My only worry is, think about someone who is checking your answer sheet. In their suggested answer, first answer is cost variance, but your answer first answer is yield variance. In their answer, second one is rate variance, but your answer is gang variance. All your answers are correct, but if it is in wrong order, I know they will check, that much of sense they will have, that I also know. But let's not trust somebody's sense, let's go safer. If question says cost variance first, in your answer also you do 1 minus 5 labor cost variance. Anyway you will do, just that you have to change the order is what I'm saying. Clear? If they say rate variance, it is column 4 minus 5. Efficiency is the subtotal. For subtotal, anyway, you have to do mix variance and yield variance, and then idle time variance, that is 3 minus 4. Understanding? It is just the order of writing. It's not right answer, wrong answer. What you have done is correct only, but it is not in the correct order, is what I am saying. The best thing that can happen is question says calculate all labor variances, full stop. Now there is no order. Then you do in your style. Clear? Yes, sir. 25 was one homework. Which was other sum I asked you to try? 31. Those who tried, did you get the answers? 5 marks question. Again, here also you see, first they want cost, then rate, then efficiency, then idle time. You present your answer also in the same order. You might not have done that, I know. You would have done yield first. Yield itself is efficiency. You are right, you are not wrong. Just the correct order is what I'm asking you to keep in mind. Today when you do homeworks, keep in mind, if they simply say calculate all variances, then no problem, no order, no. But if they mention particular order, then you present the answer in particular order. Okay, so 31, no doubts. Easy question, I think that was. Which one? 34 I asked you to try. I think here you had both material and labor and reverse working, because some variances are already given. It was a good question, I told. Those who did, you got the answers. Yes, sir. Slightly different. Whenever answer is given and you have to work out question data, you must practice that in your revision. Basically all reverse working questions in all subjects, getting it, where answer is given and they want you to do missing figure kind of questions everywhere. Ensure that you do that without fail in your revision. If you have not marked yet, please mark 34 as important. One second, I'll discuss the doubts. If you have not marked, please mark. It's a good question actually. Now those who have doubts in 34, somebody here, yes, I'll come to yes one. It took more time. Doubt is from where to start? Okay, what's the doubt? Correct. This is standard cost for 1 unit, 5 hours. For 1 unit, 5 hours. Simple. Now what is the correct? That is maybe because they wanted to calculate on per unit basis. Which working note you are referring to? Which line? For sub question. This one you are referring to. Okay, what did they do? Labor efficiency variance 5400 adverse given. Standard rate per hour into standard time is basically their formula. Okay. Where is your doubt? Where did they divide and multiply? Madam, do one thing. You work out this in your tabular form. This confusion can't come. I am sure. Those who did in table form, they are not even understanding your doubt. This doubt won't come if you do in table form. Or if you don't know that one number, keep that as x and solve the equation. There are many ways of doing reverse working. They have done in formula way. Correct? They wrote standard rate per hour into standard time minus actual time. SHAH is equal to negative. Now this number was available. This was not available. Therefore, they had to convert it to units into hours. Again, for reverse working, there is no standard one type of answering. Yes. Listen, if it comes in MCQ, instead of trying reverse working, put option A and see whether it is matching. One more way. I don't want to teach like this. But in MCQ, if they give 4 answers, you don't know how to do reverse working. Put option A and see it is matching. Try option B. This you have done in foundation. I know. Quantitative aptitude. Madam, retry this today once with table. Won't be a problem. Okay. The other doubt, madam, from where to start? Here. So, see, they have given some answers, and you are required to calculate material cost variance, actual output, actual price of material. After this is all about labor, correct? We'll think about this part little later. Now they want you to do cost variance. How will you get cost variance? This is the total of all variances. Basically 1 minus 4. Correct? There is no consumption purchase, I guess. Only usage you have. That means this is basically column 1, column 4. And then they want actual output. Actual output comes while setting the standard, because standard quantity is for actual production. And then they want actual price. Actual price will come here, AP. Correct? And they have given price variance already. Price variance is there, that means it is 3 minus 4 number. And then they have given even usage variance. For usage variance you need 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3 subtotal. Basically you have to do full table. Start full table. That's the only way. Most of the numbers are already there in the question itself. Correct? And one important thing, whenever you do reverse working problem, before you start your workings, fill all the available data. 90% of the answer is ready there. Understanding what I'm saying? If I do this answer something like this, I think we have single raw material, right? Then I don't need column 2 also. So it is 1, 3 and 4. So what I do? SQ, no RSQ, AQ, AQ. Correct? Last column is AR. Other 2 columns are standard rate. This is the way I go. Now go to the question. Before I think of any adjustment, see what is already printed. What's the page number? 477. Direct material standard is 10 units 22. That means this is into 10. Standard rate is 22.5. 22.5. Correct? And then actual direct material 96525. Here 96525. Correct? If you don't know from where to start, fill everything that is available. What else I have? Direct wage I'll take later. Direct material price variance. Now price variance will be 3 minus 4. Correct? Price variance means rate variance, and that number is 8775 adverse. If this has to be 8775 adverse, then in calci 96525 minus 8775, I can fill this. Once I get this, I already have SR. I can fill AQ. This AQ I can fill here. Once I have this, SR AR becomes balancing figure. Once I get these two, and then I have even usage variance, that is 1 minus 2, 1 minus 3. Usage variance is given as 5625 favorable. If this has to be 5625 favorable, then I'll get this. Now I have this and I know these two numbers. This is done. So in reverse working problem, you don't search how to get this. Don't try. Fill all the available numbers. Some of you might have started with this as x. That way also you'll get, but that will slightly drag your answer. Then you have to solve the equation, and your way of solving equation I am very confident about. So better, you saw now on how quickly I did. Just fill the available data, then automatically it will come. The flow will come. You don't search where is number of units, how to search, let number of units be x as starting point, you won't get the answer. Every reverse working sum, all available data you first fill. Keep this in mind. In accounts also they may give you a missing ledger or ledger opening balance, closing balance, some number given, another number is question mark. May want you to do this also. This time be prepared for this type of question in accounts. Instead of asking you to prepare ledger, they will prepare 7 ledgers in question paper only, with all missing figures. Balance sheet tallied given. You fill all the ledgers. This can be a question. Correct? Instead of you preparing full ledger and trial balance and balance sheet, they'll print balance sheet. They'll print trading and P&L account. They will ask you to do ledgers. In that half data given. Now how to get those question marks, there is no solution. You first copy everything available. Automatically you'll get the full. Understanding? Do you remember some of you have studied ratios? GP ratio, NP ratio, current ratio, this ratio, that ratio. There is no this ratio, that ratio. There are 35 ratios basically. Correct? Some of you remember having studied all this. Those who are from BCom, you have studied little more. Asset turnover ratio, debtor turnover ratio, creditor turnover ratio, and so on. In FM, we have this topic called ratio analysis. What we already know, or in 11th, 12th and BCom, what we have studied is, they'll give you sales, they'll give you cost of goods sold, you find out GP and get GP ratio. Now in Inter, it is exactly opposite. They'll give you GP ratio 20%. Find out sales. Understanding what I'm saying? So all reverse working, available data you should first copy. Then automatically you'll get to know. So GP ratio left hand side is 20%. So 0.2. I don't know GP amount divided by sales. Let this be X. This has to be 0.2x. Then cross multiplication, you will get it. So by default, I think you have two, three more such questions in part B where reverse working is to be done. All reverse working questions by default are important. Done. So any other homework I gave? No. Yesterday, one second. Here also use question number 30, page number 470. Then I'm just discussing briefly again combined variance. Baby Moon Limited uses standard costing system in manufacturing one of its product, baby cap. The details are given to you. Direct material 1 meter 60 rupee, 2 labor hours 20 rupee, variable overhead 2 hours 10 rupee, 120 rupee. During the month 10,000 units of baby cap were manufactured. Details are given to you. First part is standard cost for 1 unit and then actual output. Yesterday we have done one question like this. First they gave one cost sheet for 1 unit, last sum, big sum that we did. And then they said 10,000 units are produced. Direct material consumed 11,400 meters at 58 rupee. Look at this. Direct labor hours question mark, rate question mark. That means AHW is not there, AR is not there, but AHW into AR, that number is there. Understanding? Now if you start working note 1, computation of AHW you won't get. You first fill AHW into AR. Correct? Maybe they have given some, see this. Variable overhead efficiency variance is 4,000. A means adverse. So from there you will have to do reverse work. Correct? Variable overhead incurred. Incurred means actual. Tell me which column this is. Variable overhead last column. Actual into actual. Then they said variable overhead efficiency variance is 4,000 adverse. Variable overheads are based on direct labor hours. This we know even if they don't print. There is no machine hour in the question. correct? You are required to calculate following variances. Material variance, they want cost, price, usage. There is single raw material, they could have simply said all variances, correct? Next, variable overhead cost, variable overhead efficiency, variable overhead expenditure. Nothing else can be asked. Hello. You have only two variances and then one total. Labor variance, cost variance, rate, efficiency. They have not asked idle time. They have not asked gang. They can't ask gang because there is only one type of labor. RTP, November 2020. Again, reverse working type. Now, which number normally we have, but in this question we don't have AHW and AHP also. Same number. We know that it is same, but we don't know the number. And we also don't know AR, but we know AHW into AR. Correct? And then they want you to do all these variants. This is again combined variance question. This is what they can ask for 10 marks. Only material, only labor. If you get for 10 marks, it's a lottery. And if you believe your luck, good. But only material is a 5 marks question. Only labor is a 5 marks question. In CA final, you have same topic I told you, standard costing and variance analysis. There they will add two more variances, sales variance and profit variance. Now tell me, what are you studying here? Material, labor, variable overhead, fixed overhead. That means you are studying till cost variance. Sales can also vary. Budgeted sales, actual sales, budgeted price, actual price. Now if sales is varying and cost is varying, profit will vary. Budgeted profit, actual profit. Only thing we have to learn extra in final is sales variance and profit variance. And once you get sales variance, profit variance, then you get to know full story. What was our budget? Sales, profit, material, labor, overhead. And what is our actual? The difference between these two is variance. Correct? You are only learning cost variance in inter, not income variance. Once you learn income variance, cost and income variance together gives you profit variance. If you learn everything now only, then what is there in final? Correct? Therefore, CA final standard costing will start from this question number 30, because there is no detailed learning on cost variance again. They'll print one line. Cost variance have already been covered in CA inter. Let's discuss sales variance. Be ready. Very dangerous, because they assume and tax subject, audit subject, lot of this, because by the time you sit in final class you'll be in articleship, so they think you already know some of these basics. They think, I said, I did not say you will. The one who is making that book for final students is under the assumption that students are aware of these basics. They won't again teach basic introduction things, because according to them you have done foundation, inter, and at least 1.5 years of articleship. So both academic and practice knowledge, with all that, you are sitting in final class. So definitely they will start only with reverse working problems. Correct? Therefore, combined variance problems, you spend more time than only material, only labor. You have to learn individually in initial level, but then for last round of revision, one day before revision, one day before exam, it is better to do multiple or combined variances like this. Okay, mark 30th as your homework for today. Let's continue. Where are we in part A? 20th we did. That was that big question, correct? 19th we haven't done. 20 is done. We'll do 21 first. Mark this important. It's a good question. This has variable and fixed overhead both together. Okay. Therefore, before I start the solution, variable overhead. Tell me, how do you calculate variances? How many variances you have? Two variances. Two variances. Therefore, three columns. Quickly answer. Standard hours, HW. HW. Last column is actual, other columns are standard. Correct? This 1 minus 2 will give you what? Efficiency. 2 minus 3, expenditure or rate, and all put together is variable overhead cost variance. Okay, same way. Fixed overhead variance, your favorite. Tell me. 1, 2, 3, how many? 4 and 5. First one. First one is BH, madam. BH, RBH. Last column is AR, budgeted rate everywhere. Correct? Quickly answer now. 1 minus 2. No, 1 minus 2. 2 minus 1. Calendar variance. Calendar variance can be worked out only if they give days. Yesterday I told you we did one question also. If you don't give me number of days, BH is equal to RBH, 2 minus 1 is equal to nil. Correct? Calendar variance can be worked out only if you tell me days. Yeah. 3 minus 2. 4 minus 3. All put together volume variance. Correct? If you want to cancel 2 minus 1, 3 minus 2, 4 minus 3, 2, 2, 3, 3. Subtotal 4 minus 1 is volume variance. And then we studied 1 minus 5. Tell me, 1 is BH into BR. This is a pure budget. No mixing here. B into B. Can't be anything else. This is A into A. Acts to be actual. That means this is budgeted overhead. This is actual overhead. So the difference between these two, 1 minus 5, is fixed overhead. Expenditure variance. There is one more name for that. Rate variance. One more name for that. Budget variance. Forgot already. 24 hours ago. We did this. Rate or expenditure or budget. And then grand total is fixed overhead cost variance. If you want 1 cancel, it is 4 minus. Correct? Tell me, how do you get RBH? Budgeted hours divided by budgeted days into actual days. And if they don't give me these 2 days, if I assume it to be same, the numbers will get cancelled. Therefore, BH itself will be RBH. Clear? Start now. Question number 21. In a manufacturing company, page 455, the standard units of production of the year were fixed at 1,20,000 units. Underline 1,20,000 units. And overhead expenditures were estimated to be fixed, variable, semi-variable. They said estimated to be. That means this is not actual. Correct? These are all budgeted or estimated cost. One part is ready. Sir, there is semi-variable also. Correct. Don't worry. Next. Actual production, underline the word actual, for the month of April is 8,000 units. First of all, you should not compare 1,20,000 units with 8,000. 1,20,000 is for the whole year, and they want you to do variance only for 1 month. Therefore, 1,20,000, if you do by 12, you will get to know monthly quantity that you can compare with 8,000. Each month has 20 working days. During the month, there was one public holiday. Now, this is how you get calendar variance. That means now when you say BH, it will be based on 20 days. But RBH will be based on only 19 days. Your plan was to work for 20, 20, 20 like this in a year, 240 days. 20 days into 12 months. But then suddenly we have one holiday to be given. That means revised budgeted hours will be based on 19 days. They may say there was 1 day curfew, 1 day bandh, 2 days lockdown. Correct? All this will impact your budgeted days and actual days. This is where your RBH will come into picture. The actual overheads, underline the word actual overheads, amounted to fixed, variable and semi-variable. Actual number is given. That means this last column, actual into actual, we don't have to break our head. Sir, but numbers are looking so different, sir. Correct? This is per annum. This is per month. You can't compare this as it is. You have to divide by 12. Correct? Continue. Semi-variable charges are considered to be, underline, 60% fixed portion and 40% variable portion. They have to give this. Otherwise, how will I do variance calculation? Correct? I have variable overhead table. fixed overhead table. I don't have semi-variable overhead variance table. Therefore, that has to be segregated. They said all the numbers 60% you count it as fixed, 40% you count as variable. Calculate the followings. Now here they did one good thing in sub question A. Read the wordings. Overhead cost variance. What is this now? How to reach? They did not write fixed or variable. They simply use the word overhead. That means in one table you do variable overhead variance, another table you do fixed overhead variance. The total of this and total of this, that total is this answer. Able to follow? By the way, variable and fixed both are under the same heading overhead only. No? Correct? Huh. Therefore, you will have to first do variable overhead table. In that 1 minus 2, 2 minus, you will get one answer. And then you will do fixed overhead 2 minus 1, 3 minus 2, blah blah blah. You get one answer. This and this together is your sub question A. That means sub question A answer will come at the end of my answer, not first. Yeah. Then they want fixed overhead cost, variable overhead cost. This variable overhead cost will come in this table, fixed overhead will come in this table. Sir, they have printed question in exact reverse order. Correct? That's what I told you. You do your table, but then when you write the answer, it should be in the order in which they want the answer to be presented. What we can do two tables. Finally, write all answers in one place: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Understanding? Then they want fixed overhead volume variance. Right away they asked volume variance, but tell me to reach volume variance, it's a subtotal. 2 minus 1, 3 minus 2, 4 minus 3, subtotal. Sir, but why do you want to do all that? Subtotal means it is 4 minus 1. 4 minus 1. That means if I don't do column 2 and 3 also, it's okay. But we'll see later if they ask calendar variance, then I end up doing 2. Nicely they asked calendar. Now because there is calendar variance, now I have to do 2 minus 1. Correct? I think we will have to do full table. I'll tell you why. First of all, sub question 2 is fixed overhead cost variance. For this I need column 1, column 5 and now column 4 for volume. Then calendar 2 also. Now 1, 2, 4, 5. Only extra thing you have to do is column 3. Correct? Then in between fixed overhead expenditure variance. This is 1 minus 5. Basically full table. And then calendar variance. Sir, I noticed something, sir. What did you notice? Fixed overhead cost, variable overhead cost, fixed overhead volume, but here sir nothing is printed. They simply said calendar variance. Why so? Because variable overhead has no calendar variance at all. This should be understood as what? Fixed overhead calendar only. Or variable overhead where is calendar? If you come, you spend. Variable overhead nature is if you don't come, you don't spend. If you come, you spend. But fixed overhead, whether you come to factory or not, you still pay that rent. Correct? Therefore, calendar variance should be understood as fixed overhead calendar variance only. That means basically, how I understand the question is I have to do two tables: variable overhead cost variance, fixed overhead cost variance. I'll do the table, but I won't write that 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3. My working note 1 will be table. Working note 2 will be one more table. And then I will list out all sub question 1 to 6. Whatever they want, I will write it in that order. Yeah. Start now. Heading. Question 21. Working note 1. Variable overhead cost variance. Those who are in a hurry, this one sum please control yourself because you can't write SH. You can't write BH. Where is number of hours in the question? Those who have already written the table, please tell me where is number of hours. Yesterday there was one note, if number of hours are not given, then we have to do on number of days basis. That is this question. I don't see number of hours anywhere in the question. If you see, please tell me where it is. So don't start with hours. We don't have as of variable overhead cost variance heading. Listen, this table has, I'm not writing anything. SH, AHW, AHW. But all of that is on hourly basis, standard hours, actual hours. In the question, I do not have any information on number of hours. And yesterday there was a note. Come back to this variable overhead, fixed overhead table, page number 452, 452. There is a note. And the same note I have given even in page number 450. Same copy actually. Yeah, please read, everyone. Overheads are estimated on the basis of time, that is hourly rates. Therefore, the table is also prepared on the basis of time. But if number of hours are not given in the question, then table has to be worked out on day basis. If that is also not available, then on unit basis. Now come to this question. Here I can see they have given number of days, am I correct? Each month has 20 working days, but there was one public holiday, so only 90 days are there. But nowhere they said every day plan was to work for 8 hours, but we work for 9 hours. So hours information is not there. So I have to work out entire table on day basis. Now you can't write budgeted hours, you have to write it as budgeted days. Budgeted days, actual days, everything will now be on day basis. Yeah, first write that note. Since number of hours is not given in the question, since number of hours is not given in the question, comma, variance is calculated on, in inverted comma, day basis. That means tell me now, actual hours will become actual days, budgeted hours will become budgeted days, and so on. Now tell me, when it was SH into SR, this was hours, therefore rate was also per hour. But now you will be writing it in days, that means rate should also be per day. Am I correct? No. How do I fill the table? Sir, I need lot of information before I start the table. You don't copy, I'm just writing. Variable overhead will have 3, correct? Tell me now, this will be standard days, actual days, actual days. Last column is actual rate per day. This is standard rate per day, correct? Now we need to get all of this one by one. And yesterday, at least 25 times, we have discussed standard hours is always for actual production. That means standard days is also for actual production. Everything is same. Understand? Instead of hours, you are doing it on day basis. How do I calculate standard days? Think and tell me. Where do we have the details? How do I calculate standard days? Each month has 20 working days, but that is not standard days. Standard days are for actual production. Try. It is not easy. This sum is not easy. First of all, let me tell. Give a try. Anybody? Yearly production is 1,20,000. Okay. Production for a month or per day I can get. Think. Giving me answer. Standard days is 16. Okay. Listen to me. Computation of standards. All of you focus. Computation of standard days. First para. They said 1,20,000 units is planned for 1 year. Now 1 year means how many days? Don't say 365. In this question, every month is considered to be of 20 days. In a year we have 12 months. That means we are talking about 240 days. Correct? That means to produce 1,20,000 units, I need 240 days. For the month of April, do I know how many units I have actually produced? 8,000. That means to produce 8,000 units, how many days I should have taken? I think those who said 16, that's the correct answer. Is that correct? Everyone understand? I repeat, 1,20,000 is the plan for full year. That means to produce 1,20,000 units, I need 240 days, 20 days per month into 12 months. I have actually produced only 8,000 units. How many days I should have taken? When I cross multiply, I get what? 16 days. That means I should have taken only 16 days. Sir, but actually we have taken 19 days, sir. Correct. That is actual days, not standard days. Yesterday I told you, actual calculation will never be a problem because that is there in most of the question. Standard is where the problem is. Correct. So this can go here, 16 days. Correct. Able to follow. Next, do I know actual days? Where is it given? They said each month has 20 days, but during the month there was one holiday. That means we worked only for 19 days. 19 here and 19 here. Till this, did you understand? Copy this part first. Have you written this note? First note we have written. Then column 1, column 2, column 3. Done. So in our table, standard days ready, actual days ready. Then we need standard rate. Standard rate, tell me, it is not per hour now, it is per day. How do I get working note 2? Everyone, first understand, then copying not now. Standard rate is equal. If you go to first part of the question, they said for the entire year, our variable cost, our semi-variable cost, our fixed cost numbers are given. So variable cost was 6 lakh rupee, and in this semi-variable 1,80,000, do we know how much is fixed portion and how much is variable portion? They gave in next page, first line. Correct. Here 60% is fixed and 40% is variable. Therefore 6 lakh variable plus 1,80,000 into 40%. This plus this is my variable cost estimated for the whole year. Remember, numerator is for the whole year. That means denominator also should be number of days for full year. Number of days for full year is how many? 240 days. Go slow. In Calci, 6 lakh plus this number. 72,000 I think, divided by 240 days. 2,800. This will be per day. Able to follow? Sir, one doubt, sir. It's not 20 days, sir. It is 90. That is actual. Don't get confused. I'm still discussing my standard rate. I repeat, when you fix standard, yesterday we did one question. In variable overhead, we did 7,800 divided by 300 units into 20. You did not do 250 into 20. When I asked why 300, sir, when we are setting budget, our mind was not thinking about actual 250. We did not even know 250. Remember this number yesterday's sum. So when I was making budget, I was prepared to pay 6 lakh of variable cost plus another 1,80,000 into 40% of variable cost. But this is for full year, and one full year in my plan, I was supposed to work for 240 days. So I was prepared to spend so much for full year and work for this many days for one full year. So this divided by this will give you how much was my standard or budgeted rate. I told you yesterday, rate is same, standard rate or budgeted rate. So this is what we had planned. Don't copy now. Wait for 2800. Here also 2800. Now, actual rate do we know? This is working note 1. This is working note 2. Actual rate do we know? Sir, actual rate you don't know, but this number you can find out. Correct? How to find out this number? Working note 3. Actual variable overhead is equal to. They have given second table. How much is this now? 48,000 plus 19,200 in this 40%. I have one doubt. Should I do this also by 12 months or something? This is already for the month. Correct? Therefore, now don't do divide by some days, divide by some months, etc. This is already for 1 month. One of you. 50,680. This is my actual amount incurred. Am I correct? But if I want rate, this I should divide by 19 days. 2930.5 per day. Correct? Now I can complete this, and after that 1 minus 2, 2 minus. Simple. If you go slow, you will get this. It is actually not a lengthy sum, slightly tricky sum. The students don't get this 240 properly. 240 was for setting your standard. That time you did not know you will do 19 days. Some students do 19 days into 12 months. 19 was actual. While setting the standard, your plan was 20 only. Correct? So copy now. I think you have to copy working note 2 and working note 3. Done. This will go to my main table. If anyone has done, column 1. Don't do 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3. Wait, we'll see whether they want or not. Correct? Now, before I write that, go to the question. First one is overhead cost variance. This is total of variable and fixed. Second question is not now. Third question, variable overhead cost variance. Cost variance is 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3 total, not individual. Okay, so that anyway I need. Fixed overhead volume, fixed overhead expenditure, and calendar. All of this is for later. That means from this table, all that I need is only one number. Directly 1 minus 3. No fun in doing 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3. You won't get extra marks. Yes or no? Therefore, here you keep it as working note 4. Variable overhead cost variance is equal to column 1 minus column 3. Correct? 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3, 2 cancel. If you want to do full, you do, but it won't help. That's what I'm saying. Tell me how much is 1 minus 3? 880. That works. So out of 6 sub questions, I'm done with 1. For all other sub questions, I have to do fixed table. Next heading, working note 5, fixed overhead variance. Listen, you don't write table. Column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tell me what should I write? There is no BH. I don't have hourly information. It is budgeted days. RBD, revised budgeted days, actual days, standard days, actual days. Correct? Last column is actual rate per day. Now everything is on daily basis. All of this is budgeted rate per day. Correct? Go slow, one by one. Tell me, we are working out only for April month, not for full year. So when I say budgeted days, I should count what? 240 days or 20 days? 20 days. Correct? Understand, this is not a lengthy question. Writing correct number in correct box, that's all is a challenge here. 20. Okay. Do we know revised budgeted days? Sir, one day was a public holiday. That means our budget has to be now revised only for 19. Sir, but yesterday we had one formula, sir. What formula? Budgeted hours by budgeted days into actual days. Now, where is budgeted hours for you? You can't. That means you have to revise your budget for 19 days because there was one day holiday. Able to follow? Next, do we know actual days? Sir, actual is also 19 only because one public holiday and we worked for 19 days. Correct? And this actual days I can fill here also. Correct? Do we know standard days? I think we have done one working. It is 60. Understood? My previous table is helping me here. That did not give me main answer, but it is helping me fill things here. Then I need budgeted rate. Now that we have done one budgeted rate working note, this note you will tell me, I'll copy whatever you say. Working note 6, budgeted rate is equal to, tell me how to do this. What plus what? How to get budgeted rate? Sir, you first take 12 lakh, okay, taken, plus what? Sir, in that 1,80,000 there is some fixed portion, 60%. Okay, this I have taken divided by 240 days. You know how we got all this? This is 5450. What is this? Budgeted fixed overhead rate per day. It is calculating rent per day in a way. Correct? Instead of doing rent per hour, we're doing rent per day. This 5450 I can fill in so many places. Now you see how quickly this table will get. Last one. This is working note number 6. Sir, you need actual rate. Sir, no, don't search actual rate. Last column is actual into actual. We already have actual overhead itself. That if you copy here, correct, then this will become balancing figure. Tell me, working note 7, what should I do? Actual fixed overhead is equal to, tell me what, 1 lakh 10,000, okay, plus what, 19,200 in that, only 60% component, 1 lakh 20 520, correct. This number will go here, 121 520 6395, doesn't matter, this is anyway balancing figure, correct. Now all of this I can just multiply and complete. Now don't start 2 minus 1, we'll see what they want, accordingly we'll write. Yeah, first complete this. Anybody, column 1? Same. Hmm. Correct. Now don't do 2 minus 1, we will see what they want and then we'll write in that order. Good to continue. Chalo, now working note 8, please read. Sub question 1, they want overhead cost variance. This will come when I complete both variable and fixed. After that, sub question 2, fixed overhead cost variance. How do I get fixed overhead cost variance, by the way? Fixed overhead cost variance. Sir, this is my grand total. Correct. Grand total will come when you do volume variance and rate variance. Volume variance is 4 minus 1. Rate variance is 1 minus 5. 1 1 cancel. That means it is 4 minus 5. Hello. So column 4 minus column 5. Start doing this. Column 4 minus 34. 320 adverse. Okay. Working note 9. Volume. Volume variance is, tell me, 4 minus 1. Column 4 minus column 1. 21,000. What? Adverse. Then they want expenditure variance 1 minus 5. Anyone? 12,580. 12,520. Adverse. Correct. I think we need one more. Calendar. Column 2 minus 1. 5450 has to be adverse because 20 days plan and we worked only 19 days. 1 day less can't be favorable. Yesterday we discussed this. Correct. Listen now. Better we can put all the answers in one table now or one summary now. Can we start? You have done actually just writing in one place. So answers are here. First one, overhead cost variance is equal to, you have to answer. When I say overhead cost variance, it is variable overhead cost variance plus fixed overhead cost variance. Hello. You have done now. It is only summarizing your answer. We have done variable overhead cost variance. What was that working note number, please? Working note 4. How much was it? 880 adverse coming from working note 4. And fixed overhead cost variance also we have done. Sorry? 34,320 adverse. And this was working note 8. This plus this is my final answer. 45,200 adverse. Correct. B onwards, most of the things we have done. Correct. Fixed overhead cost variance, variable overhead cost variance. Yes or no? You can simply write in bracket refer working note number. You don't have to again show 1 minus 2, 2. You have done all that. Correct. You write in bracket refer working note. What was the number? That number correctly you write. That's all. Fixed overhead cost variance was 8. This is working note 4. Then they wanted, fourth question, fixed overhead volume. Working note what? 9. Hmm. Expenditure, and finally calendar. 8, no, 11. You write also no problem. Then again in bracket you will write working note. This is the way to do when you do not have number of hours. Entire solution will be on number of day basis. I will make you do one more sum on this variety where only days are given, number of hours are not given. Okay. Completed. This is a 10 marks question. Now, similar to this, there is one question in part B, and I want you to do it now because this is also a question where you have only number of days and not number of hours. Page number 463. Question number 26. 2 minutes I will explain, then you can try. Concentrate. Listen. Yes. A manufacturing concern has provided following information related to fixed overheads. The question is only about fixed overheads. Budget given, actual given. Output in a month, working days in a month, fixed overhead amount. They have not given number of hours. Correct? That means your table will start from budgeted days. Yes. Compute fixed overhead variance. This is my grand total. Expenditure 1 minus 5. Volume variance will come from 4 minus 1. Efficiency will come from 4 minus 3. That means I need column 1, 3, 4, 5. Only 2 is missing. Better you do full table. Okay. And now your table will start from budgeted days. Then it will go to revised budgeted days, actual days, standard days, and so on. And rate also, when you calculate, it will be rate per day. Remember, here you have 5 lakh divided by 25 days, you will get to know per day. Last question we did per annum by per annum. That's why we did divided by 240 days. Now I don't have to do 240 days because details are given on monthly basis. Actual, anyway, you will first fill 490 and then rate will become a balancing figure. Okay, this is not a very easy question. You may go wrong. It's okay. Give a try. 10 minutes I will wait. Don't check their answers. They have not done in tabular way. Finally, once you are done with full answer, you check. I'll wait now. 10 minutes time. Start. How many of you completed? Answers are matching. Many are still doing. I'll wait. If you are stuck with any particular item, let me know. Those who have done, you have answer in next page, just check. Need help? How many of you completed now? Can I see hands? Good. I'll wait 1 more minute. Please complete the answer. Completed. Finished? Hmm. If you're not getting any particular number, let me know. Okay. Now, there is another reverse working question in part B. There are actually two questions. Everybody. Question 28 in page number 465 and question 33. Okay. If you see, these questions are similar, 28 and 33. This is page 465. This is 475. Both are reverse working questions. We will do one in class. This you should do today as homework. Okay, it looks similar, but they've changed the numbers. Text is same, just some numbers they've changed. It's a very good question for practice. Again, it's a reverse working sum. We will do 28 now. You can do 33 at home. Okay, please mark 33 as homework. Page number 465. Question 28 I'm discussing now. See, normally we do all part A in class and part B is your homework. But last chapter, I know what will happen when it's given as homework. You also know. Therefore, I am doing both part A and part B of last topic here only. So that will never be done otherwise. Yeah, because there is no next day of me asking you whether homework is done or not. Therefore, today, as much as possible, we should complete part A and part B both. Therefore, no homework is left out. And especially standard costing in part B, if you are able to do reverse working sums, then straight working you will anyway do. You can do reverse working itself. Okay. Therefore, I am discussing 28 now. In your notebook, write down class work question number 28. Page 465. Read. The standard output of a product D is, underline, 50 units per hour in a manufacturing department of a company that has 100 workers. Understand this sentence properly. The standard output, this is not actual, standard output of product is 50 units for 1 hour in a manufacturing department of a company that has 100 workers. Correct? Tell me, what do you understand by this sentence? Go slow. 100 workers work for 1 hour. They will produce 50 units. 100 workers working for 1 hour means 100 hours. Correct? That means in Calci, 100 hours divided by 50 units. You will get to know, to make 1 unit, you need 2 hours. Instead of simply printing one line, standard time required to make 1 unit is 2, they gave this extra line. Clear? You have to understand slowly. If you're not getting, let me know. 50 units per hour. Correct? Suppose we start at 7 o'clock, by 8 o'clock, 50 units will be ready. But how many people should work? 100 people should work. That means 100 people working for 1 hour will give you 50 units output. That means 100 hours are required to make 50 units. To make 1 unit, I need 2 hours. That means standard hours required to make 1 unit. Standard hours for 1 unit is equal to 2 hours. This also will be my working note now. In all the questions, this used to be printed. To make 1 unit, company requires 4 hours, and then during the month, this many units, blah blah. Right? Continue. In a 40 hours week, yesterday I've done a lot of questions like this. The department produced 1920 units of D. Produced, when they say this is your actual output. Now tell me, standard hours will be 1920 units, and each unit requires 2 hours. In Calci, 1920 into 2, 3840 hours. This is standard hours for actual production. Working note 1 SH. Ready? Understanding? This is how you should process the data when you see the question. Don't simply read from top to bottom. Continue. They said, sir, despite 5% of the time paid was lost due to abnormal reasons. When I read this, I now know there is some idle time variance. and I also know it has to be adverse because we have wasted time, correct? So if I get AHP, in that 5% I minus, that will be AHW. Hello? Yesterday they gave 2 hours time, 4 hours time. Now they are giving 5% on AHP. Done. The hourly wage rate actually paid was 12.4, 12 and 11.4. What is this now? Actually paid. That means this is AR. Tell me which column you will use AR, last column. Okay. Respectively to the group A consisting 10 workers, group B 30 workers, group C 60 workers. Sir, that means there are multiple type of labor, so there is gang variance also. Correct? Next, the standard wage rate, very important sentence. The standard wage rate per hour is same for all workers. They did not tell you the amount, but they said whatever, if you are paying 1 rupee to group A, it is 1 rupee to B also, 1 rupee to C also. If this is X, that's how we may have to work out the equation. Whatever is the rate I am paying to A is the same number to B and same number to C. Yesterday's question, we had skilled, unskilled, men, women, rates were different every time. But now they are saying we are not telling you the rate, but whatever is the rate, that is same for all three varieties. Clear? If it is X rupee per hour, X rupee to A, X rupee to B, X rupee to C. So how to find out that number? That's why they gave one answer already. Labor efficiency variance is given as 480 favorable. One answer if you get from there, you can do reverse working. Correct? Tell me efficiency variance will be what and what now? I think it's a subtotal. 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3 subtotal. Now anyway I'll have column 2 in this question. Column 2 because there is group A, group B and group C. Correct? And I also have 3 and 4 because there is idle time. That means it is a pure labor cost full table question. Following? Now they are asking you, you are required to compute labor cost variance, final answer, rate variance 4 minus 5, gang variance is 2 minus 3, yield variance is 1 minus 3, or this is your subtotal, idle time variance is 3 minus 4. Sir, column 1, column yield is 1 minus 2. Sorry, this is not subtotal. Now you need column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, column. Simply prepare full table. But when you write the answer, write in the order in which they want. Yeah. Question 28. Let's start with the table and we'll fill the available data. I told you always available data first and then missing numbers will come in working note 1, 2, 3. Statement of labor cost variance. Labor column 1, column 2, column 3, 4 and 5. Standard hours, RSH revised standard hours, AHW, AHP, AHP. Last column is AR. Other columns will be. First it is group A. I'll leave one line in between and then group B, group C. Yes. Now we'll start from the question data, available information. Go to the question, first line on top. The standard output of a product D is 50 units per hour in a company or manufacturing department of a company employing 100 workers. From this I can get standard hours. Working note 1. computation of start. It is given, start writing. It is given that 100 workers will produce 50 units per hour. It means time required to make 1 unit is equal to 2 hours. Time required to make 1 unit is 2 hours. If you want, small class note, 100 hours for 50 units and to make 1 unit. Only if you are not able to understand, you copy this, otherwise it is simple. 100 people for 1 hour will produce 50 units. That means to make 1 unit, we are taking 2 hours. Correct? Continue. Actual production. What is the number given? 1920 units. Second line you have. Therefore, total standard hours is equal to 1920 into 2 hours. 3840 hours. Correct? Sir, we are not very happy with this number. Tell me why. 3840 can't go to my table. This 3840 is what? Total SH. But in your table you want for A, B and C separately. No? Hello? That means, sir, this we should share between A, B and C. Sir, yesterday we have done this question. But in yesterday's question, they used to give you standard number in gang. Actually, day before yesterday, last question, 32 is to 12 is to 6. Yesterday, first question, men and women, 10 is to 5. There was one more question, men, women and boys, 10, 5, 5. But here there is one problem. That ratio is not there. Same for all is what, sir? Number of hours or number of? Rate is same. Rate is per hour. I am not even discussing this now. I am still in SH only. Why are you going to SR? Correct? But there is one information and we have to make one assumption. Read here. They first said that there are 100 workers. First paragraph, company employing 100 workers. And later they said the hourly rate actually paid was so much to group A consisting 10, group B consisting 30 and group C consisting 60. If you see 10 plus 30 plus 60 is 100. That means I have to assume that the standard workers in the gang and actual workers in the gang both are 10, 30 and 60. That means it is 1 is to 3 is to 6 ratio. Sir, yesterday we did not do this, correct? Because in yesterday's problem, standard workers in gang, actual workers in gang, both were available. But now I have only actual workers in gang. I have to assume that even the standard workers in gang is same. Anyway, there is a hint. First line they said there are 100 workers. And later actual numbers, if I add 10 plus 30 plus 60 is coming to same 100. Therefore, I can give a note and assume that even standard gang composition was same 10 and 30 and 60. Imagine. Listen. For your exam, they take same question and make one small modification. A company employing 100 workers in bracket 40A, 40B and 20C. Then you will do in the ratio 40, 40, 20. That ratio, if they give, I'll take. If they don't give, I have to assume that the standard number of workers is equal to actual number of workers. No or yes? Understood properly. This you have to write 10 is to 30 is to 60 in bracket. You have to give a note. You made an assumption. You made assumption because they did not give date. If you have done anyone, 2 3 note is assumed that standard number in gang is same as actual number in gang. So after all this circus, we got finally one number that we can write in table. Copy 384 1152 1152 2304 SH ready. Correct. Next you need RSH, but RSH will never be available in question. For that you need AHW, working note 2, actual hours worked. Think and tell. Is there a way to calculate? Do we know how many actual workers came? How many? 10, 30 and 6. Correct. And a week was supposed to be for 40 hours. Correct. Did they actually work for 40 hours? No, sir. 5% is your abnormal idle time. 40 into 5% is 2 hours. That means it is 40 minus 2, 38. That actual hours work group A is equal to how many workers came to work? 10 into 40 minus 5%. 380. Group B, 30 workers. There also idle time. Group C, 60 workers. Will this total help me for RSH computation? Yes. All good. This AHW can go to my table 380 1140 and third number 2280. Sir, AHW is done. The total you have. So you can do RSH. Working note 3. RSH is equal to AHW total in SH ratio 3800 in 384 is to 1152 23. So 04. Those who are saying it will be same, you tell me why is it same or why should it be same? Sorry, this is ratio. Huh. Tell me the numbers. 380, 1140, 22. Those who are saying it is same, I also know. Why is it same is my question. Because when standard workers, actual workers is same, it has to be same. That means tell me now which variance will be 0. That you think, same number I also know. Which variance will be 0? I think gang variance will be 0 because gang composition is not changing. Standard gang is equal to actual gang. If that is equal to this, then number should be equal. I could have given one note, since it is same, this will be same, then you will blink. Therefore, I did this. Actually, this is not necessary. When you assume that standard gang and actual gang has same numbers, gang variance can't be there. Should be 0 only. For that to be 0, these two numbers should be same. Correct? Huh. Copy this now. 380, 1140, 2280. Sir, last we need AHP. Now, AHP, that 40 hours we have to pay salary, they wasted 5%. Now, that minus 5% we should ignore. We pay salary for full 40. Last working note. Number 4. Actual hours paid is equal to how many workers? 10, 30, 60. Correct? And we have to pay them for 40 hours even if they wasted 5%. This total won't help. Don't do. I think with this I can fill my last two columns. Correct? 400, 1200 and perfect. What else do we know? They have given third line last part. The hourly wage rate for A, B and C. This is actual rate. Actual rate will go to last column. Please copy. 12.4. This is 12 and this is 11. 1 second. This total I can do now itself because I don't have standard rate. That should be done in reverse working way. So this total, if anyone has, column 5, 46720. Correct? All right. Go back to the question. What else now? They said 10 workers, 30 workers, 60 workers. The standard wage rate for the labor is same for all workers. See, actually we pay 12.4, 12 and 11.4. But standard was same. I don't know the number. If it is 11, it is 11, 11, 11. If it is 10, it is 10, 10, 10. That's all I know. Correct? Okay. Then labor efficiency variance is 480 favorable. Efficiency variance is what minus what? 1 minus 3. The difference between the two I know. Correct? 480 favorable. If it is favorable, then 1 should be more. Hello? 3 should be less. Start now. Do you know column 1 at least? No. Do you know column 3 at least? No. But do you know the difference between 1 and 3? Yes. And here you have SH and here you have AHW. Only missing information is SR. You don't know that number, but you know it is same number. Correct? Start now. Working note Why? It is given that labor efficiency variance is equal to what number? 480 favorable, and it is given that standard rate per hour for all workers is same. Am I correct? Now tell me, labor efficiency variance is equal to which column minus which column? Column 1 minus column 3. It's actually subtotal 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3. This should be 480 positive. Hello? Now tell me how to fill column 1 here. You should answer. Sir, here we do not know SR, but if I assume one number as X, then all of this should be X, and we are adding, that means it is 384X plus 1152X plus this, or you can just add all numbers and say X. Hello? Start now. Let standard rate be X. Okay, before this you write this. Let standard rate be X. 480 positive is equal to, can you help me? How much is this? 3840X. 3800X. Able to follow everyone? It is X plus X plus X. You have to just add all the numbers. This will be how much now? 40X. So 480 by 40 is equal to X. That is 12 is X, and this is my standard rate for all workers because it is same. I think from here we can complete whole answer. This 120 is to be filled everywhere, and then you'll start getting the totals. Can I? Yes. Go here now into 12, 12, 12 everywhere. Four zero 46080. I will wait. Everyone, let me know once we are here. Those who have done, don't do 1 minus 2 first. See what they've asked. Done. So before I write 1 minus 2, I will see what they want. Answers in one place. Now first they want labor cost variance. This will be 1 minus 5, correct? Grand total answer. Column 1 minus 5. Anybody? Rate variance is always last two columns. 4 minus 5. Favorable. Column 2 minus 3 has to be nil because costly labor, cheap labor, extra is not there. Whatever was in the standard number, same was in the actual number. Next, they want yield variance that will come from column 1 minus 2. Is that correct? 480 favorable, and last number is labor idle time. This is column 3 minus 2. Has to be adverse, can't be favorable. You wasted 5% time, how can it be favorable? Done. Now in the textbook answer, here initially they have done all the workings, and then here you have labor cost variance 640 adverse, matching with our answer, and then rate variance is 1 to, is that 1280 favorable? They have done separately and then added. We did separately in the table itself, and then gang variance has to be 0 because we assumed it to be same, and then yield variance 480 favorable happening, and idle time variance 2400 adverse. That's all. So the way you do can be different. You check the final answers, it has to match. We converted those formulas only into table. Okay, similar question you should try as homework. What was the number? 33. Same, but they have changed some numbers. It will be a good practice, especially reverse working sum. It's always good to practice. 2 minutes break. We will then continue. Yes, everyone. In part B, 24, 25, both are done. 26 we did correct. Huh. Mark this important. Mark it as very important. Many times I've asked this question, can be asked as a 4 marks theory question, can be asked even in MCQ pattern. Everyone, once we identify that a particular cost has adverse variance, we need to take actions to bring that cost down. Correct? Adverse variance indicates we are overspending. Now, suppose we get yield variance as 400 adverse. Then we investigate why we are wasting a lot of raw material. Once we get to know the reason, then we have to take some actions, and this is what I discussed at the beginning of standard costing. Step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Step 5 was this itself, take remedial actions. Now, remedial actions can be of two types. One, try and control the cost. Second, try and reduce the cost. Most of the times we think both are same, controlling the cost and reducing the cost. If you remember, this was there in the first page of volume 1 book also. Objective of cost accounting. One of the objective was cost control and cost reduction. First page theory of first volume. That time also I told you in detail we will discuss. Normally we write controlling slash reducing. Not same. We will understand many times repeatedly. They asked this question, and this I can't give it to you as reading homework because this is very different theory. Because by default people think both are same. You start from there. Yeah. People don't say I don't know the difference. People say I know it is same. That's the problem. Read. Cost control aims at, underline, maintaining the cost in accordance with the established standard. Whereas cost reduction is concerned with reducing cost, underline it, challenges all standards and endeavors to better them continuously. Forever, there is no end to this. What is the meaning of these two? Take an example. Labor standard time allotted to do one job is 4 hours. Now in cost control, read, they said it should be well within 4. Am I correct? Read the sentence properly. A new employee has joined today, and if I am the supervisor of the factory, I tell him what? Look, this work is to be done within 4 hours. Which means as long as you are within 4 hours, I will never come and talk to you. This is the meaning of controlling the cost. Read that theory once again. Cost control aims at maintaining the cost in accordance with the established standards. We are telling them that this job should be done within 4 hours. You try and do within 4 hours. That means if it becomes 4.1, 4.2 hours, then only as a manager I feel bad. We are wasting time, we are wasting money. Wasting time means wasting money because for extra time I have to pay salary. Correct? As long as it is within 4, I am happy. But in cost reduction, they said it challenges all standards. What does it mean? A new joinee comes, you don't tell him that this work should be done in 4 hours. You tell him, do in the best possible speed. Full stop. Don't even tell him 4 is your target, do in best. Then even if he has ability to do within 3.5 hours, he will do slowly because you have set the standard as 4. That's why they said it will question all the standards. Correct? Don't tell him 4 hours is the time. You tell him, welcome to our company, complete this job in the best possible manner, in the best possible speed. If he does within 3.5, now you did good by not saying 4. If you tell him 4, he will intentionally do slow. Correct? That is the meaning of questioning the standard. That's what they said. It challenges all standards. Sir, but this is risky also. Why risky? What if it takes 7 hours? Correct? Then you try cost control. Let him try first 15 days. He may take 7 hours. Then tell him, boss, compared to our standard, you are taking too much time. 7 hours is not acceptable. You should try and complete the job within 4 hours. Imagine, other way happens. It is fantastic. You don't tell him the time. You say, do it in the best possible speed. I'll give you one award. Best possible speed. Don't tell him 4. What if he finishes in 3? Good, no, from tomorrow he should do in 3 now. He unnecessarily he has set a pressure to himself. This is one problem with all good employees. Initially they overwork to prove that I am the best employee you have hired. Later that becomes a problem. So all articled assistants or future articled assistants, first year in the office, don't overwork. That will be a problem to you in second year. First year, be the dumbest person in the office. Even if you know the answer, behave like you don't know the answer. Listen to me fully. Second year, you show your actual ability. Then your boss will say, look at the improvement. Yes or no? First year, if you try to be over smart and work in the best speed, second year, even if you are slow by 5%, he will say last year he was better, now he is lazy. Correct? Therefore, first year, be like you don't know anything. Do mistakes. Take scolding. That scolding is good only. First 6 months, 8 months is all good. Then slowly show your actual skill, talent. Then you see, by the time you complete articleship, You should be that example. The dumbest guy who came to our office is the smartest guy now. You know the reality, but at least you have no pressure in second and third year to perform. Yes or no? This is the problem with new generation cricketers also. First 2 3 years they play so well, and then average also we are not happy. Sir, he should be there only. Last year you see, last to last year you see. But there is a competition. In your office there is no competition. So first year go slow. If you don't know, say you don't know. If you know you are doing a mistake, also do 1 or 2 mistakes. Second year reduce the mistake. Third year you do in your normal style and say, sir, look, I've improved so well compared to first year now. 0 errors. You may get one award also for improvement from this side of the curve to this side of the curve. Yeah. Second, cost control seeks to attain lowest possible cost, underline this, under existing conditions. This side, cost reduction recognizes no condition as permanent since a change will result in lower cost. When a new employee comes, if you practice cost control, you are telling him that, boss, this is the raw material, this is the machine, this book has all the steps and process that we follow, and this work should be done in 4 hours. That means you are assuming that your existing setup will continue. Same machine, same technique, same process, same material should be done in 4 hours. In cost reduction, when a new employee comes, you tell this. If you know any way in which this work can be done in a good speed, try. Now he may say, sir, we are doing this work in a wrong technique. I know a better technique. This is cost reduction. Understand the theoretical difference first, then you can connect it back easily. In cost control, what you tell him, welcome to our company. This is the raw material, this is the machine, this is the process. We'll give you half an hour training how to produce, and you should complete in 4 hours. That means you're telling him that this setup won't change. Same machine, same technique, same material, same training. But in cost reduction, you will tell him that, boss, you are a new guy to us, correct? You do any R&D, any trial and error, no problem. But try to complete this work in the best possible manner. He may say, sir, if we change one spare part of this machine, instead of 4 hours, we can complete this job in 3.5 hours. If we change one technique, one process, we can do it in a better speed. You don't tell him that this setup is constant, you improve your speed. Able to follow? You are telling him, try any R&D, try any trial and error. It's okay. New material you want, I'll get it. 15 days you try. New machine you want, I'll take it on rent first. From that, if we can reduce the cost, then I will buy that and sell this old machine. I am ready to change. That is the basic meaning of cost reduction. In cost control, I am not ready to change. I want everything to be done within 4 hours, within the standard. Number 3. In case of cost control, emphasis is on past and present. In case of cost reduction, underline this, present and future. Why is it past and present? On what basis you are saying work should be done in 4 hours? Sir, everyone else is doing in 4 hours. That is past. Everyone else all these years completed this work in 4 hours. Therefore, now also we should complete in 4 hours only. Past and present. In cost reduction, you say, as of now we are taking 4 hours, but we want to bring it down. You come with new idea. That's what I told in second point also. In future, by next year, same day, we should complete this work in 3.5 hours. Tell me what change we should make in raw material or in machine or in process, or should we give a better training? I am ready to change things in future. It is present and future. Clear? Next one. Cost control is a preventive function, underline, whereas cost reduction is a corrective function. It operates even when efficient system is in place. What is preventive function? You are telling him, look, 4 hours is the deadline. You should complete within 4. Don't take more time. Preventive. That means as long as he is taking 3.9 hours, 3.8 hours, 4 hours, 3.7 hours, you won't even talk to him. Preventive function. Correct? When will you talk to him? Only if that employee takes 4.5 hours. Able to follow? You don't want him to take more time. That's the meaning of preventive. In corrective function, You are telling him, boss, in the existing circumstance, we are taking 4 hours. We may be doing something wrong also. Maybe bad machine, old technology, wrong process, wrong steps of doing, maybe material is of bad quality. You try and tell us what we can correct. In future, at least, we should not be taking same 4 hours. Able to follow? Next one. Cost control ends when the target is achieved, whereas cost reduction has no visible end. What is this? In cost control, you told that employee that boss complete the job in 4 hours. First week, he took 4.5 hours. You said, no, 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 this is not okay. I'll stand next to you. You try now. I'll tell you where you're wasting time. Second week, you tried with supervision. He is taking 4.2 hours. Now also, you're not happy. Then you said, no, boss, this is not happening. This is the last chance to you. You have to complete in 4 weeks. Finally, in third week, he completed the work within 4 hours. After that, there is nothing to be done. That's why they said it has an end. Once the target is achieved, you don't have to do anything from fourth week. Now you tell him just continue in the same speed. You should not take more than 4. But here, cost reduction has no visible end. What does it mean? If you finish the job in 3.8 hours, I'll tell you next month, try and bring it down further. I'm not saying how much it should be. It's a continuous improvement. Next month you did something and now work is getting over in 3.7. I'll say what? Try further, make it 3 point anything. I won't say. Continuous improvement. That's why they said there is no visible end. Even if you complete the job in 2 hours, I will say 2 hours is achieved now. Try 1.9. Understanding? There is no stopping here. Understand this even with wastage. As of now, we are wasting 15% raw material. Correct? If it is cost control, I have to set one number, 10%. Once 10% is achieved, I won't break my head. But in cost reduction, if 15% comes to 14, I say next we should try and bring it down. It may come to 11. I say I'm not happy. Try and bring it down. 9%, sir. We can still make it down. Till it comes to 0.1%, I will say this one. That's why they said there is no visible end to this. Able to follow? Sir, what are you talking? 0.1% wastage. Who can do? Companies are doing already. I think some of you know there is a concept called 6 sigma. 1 sigma, 2 sigma, like this. There is 6 sigma. You know what is the meaning of 6 sigma? This is one certificate that you get if you achieve 99.996% accuracy. That means wastage should be 0.0004%. That is 4 errors out of 1 million units. 1 million means 10 lakh units. That means you should do 4 wastage out of 10 lakh. Then you will get 6 sigma. Now you know 0.1% is also very big. How much is 10% of this? 1 lakh. 1% is 10,000. Correct? 0.1 means what? 1,000. And what is my target? 4, not 1,000. I'm far away. Sir, who can get this certificate, sir? What nonsense. Many companies have got, not one or two. Sir, what if I can't do 4 errors? What if I'm doing 8 errors, 9 errors? Then you get 5 sigma, 4 sigma. That's how the rating is. 1 sigma is like worst performance. 31%, 69%. Then 2 sigma. I'm just giving you random numbers. 1, 2, 3. If you have achieved 5 sigma also, you are above 98, 99%. But if you achieve 6 sigma, that means you are doing only 4 errors out of 10 lakh. What is the meaning of 4 errors out of 10 lakh? If I am producing 10 lakh, say, mobile phones, only 4 phones should come back as complaint. That is the meaning of 4 errors. If I am doing, say, courier company, if I am doing 10 lakh parcel delivery, only 4 should go to wrong address. That's the meaning of 4 errors. Only 4 should come back saying this has come to wrong address. That is my parameter. Understanding? Many companies in India have achieved 4 sigma and 5 sigma. 6 sigma is not easy. 4 out of 10 lakh is not a joke. You say something 100 times, 4 times you will go wrong. Yours is 4 out of 100. By the way, 4 out of 100 is 4% wastage. and so many sums we did in the class. Everywhere we had 5% wastage, 2% wastage. That 4% means 4 out of 100. And what is our target? 4 out of 10 lakh. That means we know how far we are in terms of waste reduction. Lot of Japanese companies, German companies, and South Korean companies, some of the Chinese companies have achieved Six Sigma. If you have interest to know about this more, on YouTube you can search. In Mumbai, there is, yeah, I think some of you know this. Do you know Dabbawala concept? Mumbai Dabbawalas, they have an association. Bruhan Mumbai Dabbawala Association. This is the name. They are not caterers. They don't cook. Okay. Food is cooked at home. They will come and pick up the carrier box and deliver to you before your lunchtime. Correct? Because in Mumbai, lot of them leave house very early. By then, lunch may not be ready. Correct? Therefore, they leave by 6:30, 7 itself. Lunch may get cooked by 9, 9:30. Then the dabbawala will come to your house, will pick up the lunch box at say 10 o'clock and deliver to your office before 12:30. This is what dabbawalas does. They don't cook. And they have got Six Sigma certificate. That means if they do 10 lakh lunch box deliveries, 4 or less than 4 should go to wrong address. Able to understand? And they don't use GPS, they don't use OTP. By the way, that is the most surprising thing. Understanding what I'm saying? Sir, how can they go wrong? Sir, you pick up from one house, deliver in one office. How can it be wrong? It is not one carrier box. In this 2.5 hours between 10 and 12:30, almost 35 to 40 boxes they pick up and drop. And it is not same guy who will pick up here and drop here. Then 2.5 hours will go on road itself. Understand, apply common sense. In Bangalore only, Yashwantpur house, Whitefield office. Only one box you can deliver. 10 o'clock you pick up, 12:30 you deliver. They are doing 35, 40. How is it possible? That means same guy is not doing. He will pick up from this house, come to nearest railway station. There all of this will be picked up by second guy. Then he will go to next. Like this other area guys will come there. He will then go there and so on. One box will move at least 6 hands. And then it will go to correct office, correct address. All of this should happen within 2.5 hours. All those near Yashwantpur houses, those are picked and they come to one station. Understanding what I'm saying? From that, this guy will go to next station. Then there he will pick and so on. And all drops are not same places. There may be some houses in Whitefield and office in Yashwantpur also. Understanding? So it's not all in one chain that you pick up in this road and deliver everything here. Offices are here, houses are there also. Correct? 6 hands within 2.5 hours. They have not delivered till now even to one wrong address. I think only once it happened. Now one wrong address means it should be two wrong address. My box has gone to someone, that means someone's box has come to me. Correct? It's like match the following. It can't be one wrong, it should be two wrong. So that's the only time they had 2 errors and they have got this Six Sigma certificate. And this is possible if you are focusing on cost reduction. Forever you should continue and reduce the wastages, reduce the errors. Those who have interest on YouTube, this Dabbawala Association president has given a TEDx talk. The talk is for about 19 minutes. One of the best videos, according to me, that every student should watch. This is your homework today, mandatory. Tomorrow I'll ask questions from this. Yeah. And this is a 100-year-old company now. Dabbawala Association, they started in 1907, maybe 1907 or 1917, but easily before independence. So cost reduction aims at continuous improvement. Even if you do 4 wastages, question is why can't we try and do 3? So there's a continuous improvement happening in cost. reduction. Okay, we will take a break and then continue. Thank you. Let me first, yes, come to part B. All four done up to 27. 28 we did in class. Question number 29, page number 467. Everyone. Sorry, 31 after 32. 32 is last. Okay. 1 second. 29 is to be discussed now. Okay. 30 is today's homework. So done. 32 is theory. This To understand criticism, we have to first complete the topic. Correct? Limitations of standard costing basic. 33 today's homework. This is done. Okay, so this is theory. Correct? 32 is theory. No worries. That I'll discuss in part B. Question 29, everyone. This is a slightly different question. First, okay. I will discuss now and I want you to try this now. This I am not giving as homework because you may be stuck in one or two adjustments. Okay, read. Ahan Limited operates a system of standard costing in respect of one of its products AH1, which is manufactured with a single cost center. Details of standards underline for one unit is given to you. Standard material input is 20 kgs at a rate of 24 rupee. Standard wage rate is this is 72 per hour and 5 hours are allotted to make one unit. So you have SH, SQ, SR for material and SR for labor. Basic simple information. Fixed overheads are absorbed means estimated at the rate of 100% of wages. So whatever is the labor cost, same amount is fixed overhead. During the month of April, the following was incurred. That means from here, numbers are all actuals. Actual price paid is 22. This is your AR, last call, correct? Actual rate. Total direct wage paid is 43,92,000. This is actual number. That means which column total is this? Last column. Actual cost is always actual hours into actual rate. A into A. Correct? So last column number you have. Fixed production over incurred. Incurred is again actual and this is fixed. They said this was also fixed. That means this question we have material, labor and fixed overhead directly. Maybe I don't see any variable overhead. So question is about 3 tables. And this is again incurred. That means this is also actual, last column actual hours into actual rate. Correct? Analysis of variance is given to you. Good thing they have given 5 variance numbers, favorable and adverse. This is a major reverse working sum. 5 answers are ready. Material price, material usage. By the way, for usage here, do we have single raw material? Only one raw material. That means there is no mix variance. Hello, correct? That means yield itself is usage and then price variance given. Direct labor rate variance. Rate variance is always the last two. 4 minus 5. Labor efficiency is 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3 subtotal. But column 2 RSH I can't do because I don't have more than one variety labor. That means it is column 1, 3, 4, 5. That means this is straight away 1 minus 3. I am the only one who is understanding the sum. No. Sure. Production overhead expenditure adverse variance. Expenditure variance means rate variance. Rate variance is 1 minus 5. By the way, good news, you have fixed production overhead incurred. 5 is with you. Hello. And then 1 minus 5 is with you. From there you can get 1. Correct. You are required to calculate the following for the month of April. Material cost variance. Now cost variance is the total of my table. 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3, blah, blah. But in the answer question itself, they have given price variance, usage variance. If I just add these two variances, I have the final answer. Yes or no? Sir, then we'll not do the table only. But you have budgeted production in units. correct? You may need this. I'm not saying you will need reverse working, we don't know. Once we start only you'll get quantity of raw material purchased. That means they want this AQP, AQC maybe if there is no stock. That means we'll have to still do table. We can't say I'll just add these two numbers and say that's my final answer. Actual output in units, actual hours work, this is for labor, actual wage rate, they want AR, and labor cost variance, and also production overhead cost variance. And production overhead is only fixed production overhead, and they're saying cost variance, and this cost variance will come at the end of the table. Hello, that is your 2 minus 1, 3 minus 2, 4 minus 3, this 4 minus 1, and then 1 minus 5, this is 4 minus 5. For this you need rate variance, volume variance. If you get these two also, you can fill the answer, or else you'll have to do full table and then fill the answer. This question was in RTP. For RTP you will not have marks allotted, but if it comes in exam, it is a 10 marks question. You will have to do 3 tables: material table, labor, that is wage, and then fixed production overhead. Now if I wait, can you give a try? It is tricky. I'm not asking you to try by expecting perfect answer in 5 minutes. You may get stuck. Give a try and then explain if needed. Only material table, and I want the answer once material table is ready. I repeat once again, when you are doing reverse working, available data you first fill, because for material they have given price variance, usage variance. So you already know 1 minus 3, 3 minus 4. Go ahead. I'll keep quiet now, 5 minutes. You try. Anybody material table is done? Yes. Those who have completed material table, please tell me this number. Material cost variance. I think final answer this is. Is it matching with their answer, by the way? Did you check? 5,28,000 favorable. Correct. Budgeted output you won't get here. That will come when you do BH, not now. I think you got quantity of raw material purchased in kg. What's the number? 2,40,000 kg. Can you confirm? Is that matching with their answer, by the way? Yes. In the next page, you can see this. First answer is here, and second answer is here. 2,40,000 kg. Correct? Hmm. Which one? 2,40,000 kg. What happened? Did you prepare the table? So AQP, AQC, that number. You have the variances here. Did you copy this? Then from there you can do reverse working. You have the rates with you. Guys, you want me to solve what's happening? Need help? How many of you are not able to do properly? Stuck in between, not getting the flow. So many. Should I do then? Okay. I am doing the working note material cost variance table. SQ, AQ, AQ. Last column is AR. Two other columns, standard rate, standard rate. There is no RSQ because it's a single raw material. Listen now, those who have tried and could not get, now don't talk, I am explaining. Yeah, this is the basic details, and then 1 minus 3 will be yield variance and 3 minus 4 will be rate variance, correct? There is no 1 minus 2. This total is material cost variance. Before I fill anything, some ready data available in the question. First para, after that, standard material input is 20 kg, 20 kg to make 1 unit, don't fill it here, right? At a standard price of 24 rupee, this 24 rupee, 24 rupee, I can fill, simple. After this, wage rate you leave it now, fixed overhead you leave during the month, etc. Actual price paid for material purchased is 22. This I can fill here. Go this way. Whatever is available in that flow you fill. 22 I filled. Done, sir. Wages later, fixed overhead later. After that, material price variance is 4,80,000. Price variance means 3 minus 4, and that number is 4,80,000. Favorable. Favorable means positive number. And then material usage variance is 48,000. Usage yield is all one and the same because there is no mix. 48,000 favorable. That's all I have, correct? This is what I got from question without me doing anything. Now this total, at least since both are favorable, 5,20,000, this I can fill, correct? From here, sorry, 5,28,000. Till this is easy. Then what to do? Sir, you know the difference between 1 and 3 is 48,000 positive. So this and this, if I get the difference between these two, I already know, and 24 is anyway common. So if you put this as an equation, then you will be able to get the answer. Or if you get this minus this also, you can get the answer. One of the ways you can follow. Yesterday we did one reverse working sum similar. Tell me, what should I do now? Column 3 and column 4, the difference between these two is 48,000 favorable. Working note 1. Listen now. Column 3 minus column 4 is equal to 4,80,000 favorable. This is AQ into 24 minus AQ into 22 following is equal to 4,80,000. Sir, AQ is common, so AQ into 24 minus 22, 4,80,000. Therefore, AQ into 2 is equal to 4,80,000. Therefore, actual quantity 4,80,000 divided by 2, 2,40,000. Actual quantity this is, therefore this should be in kgs. Correct? I'll give you time to copy. This 2,40,000 will now go here and here. Correct? If you get these two, you already have 1 minus 3. Then you can do reverse working from here and fill this. And once you get this, you can fill this table. Is ready, done now. Correct? So help me anyone if you have done column 3 number 567 5760. Correct? Here 50 80. Am I correct? Now tell me, 1 minus 3 should be 48,000 positive. That means column 1 should be more. Higher number minus lower number is positive number. That means it is 5760 plus 48,000. 58 lakh 08 000. All okay. Then if you divide this by 24, 2,42,000 is standard quantity. This is in kg. With this, in question, I'll give you time now. Wait 1 minute. In question, tell me which are the two numbers that I can answer. First, they said material cost variance, that is ready. Quantity of raw material purchased as well as consumed, no stock adjustment. So two answers I got in this, correct, like this labor table and then fixed overhead table. So those who want to copy material cost variance, you can copy. Those who have done this, you can continue, try labor table. Those who are stuck, is it because you did not do that working note AQ 24 minus 22? That working note. Answer should be same. You won't be able to solve, I think, if you start with 1 minus 3. At least one number should be constant, otherwise how will you solve the equation? Once you are done, you write labor table, all final answers will list out at the end. Anyway, you are numbering working note 1, 2, 3, 4. Later we can write all final answers in one place. Material done. I hope we are done. Those who tried labor table, are you getting the numbers? Able to do full table? If you have completed labor table, you just check the answers once, those who have done. Others you try now. But again, only one type of labor, so you don't need RSH column. Now those who need help in labor table, I'm doing it on screen. You try, you need help, then you have the numbers on screen. Reading from the beginning, it says standard wage rate is 72 rupee per hour. So I will first do into 72 everywhere, and then 5 hours are allowed to make 1 unit. So something into 5, but I don't know how many units as of now. correct? Continue in the question. Fixed production overhead 100% during the month, actual price, total direct wage cost. Total direct wage cost is 43,92,000. This is actual number. So I should copy this in last column. Am I correct? Yeah. Continue. After that, analysis of variance is given to you. Material things are done. Now labor rate, labor efficiency, both are given. So 1 minus 3 will be labor efficiency. I am not doing any calculation, just copying data from question. Then I have 3 minus 4 idle time, and then 4 minus 5 labor labor rate variance. This should give me labor cost variance. And as per question, labor rate variance is 69,120 adverse. Now tell me, if you know 4 minus 5, difference is 69,120, and you already have column 5, you can fill column 4, correct? Therefore, immediately now, working note 2 minus working note 2, that's okay. Continue. Working note 2, column 3 minus 4 is equal to, be careful here, some of you, I know you have done this mistake. 69,120 is adverse, that means this should be minus 69,120, not positive, correct? Yes or no? 4 minus, not 3 minus, 4 minus 5 should be adverse, that means that should be negative number. Column 4 we don't know, but column 5 we know. This should be equal to negative 69,120. Therefore, column 4 should be negative 69,120, positive 4392 Anybody? Can I take this column 4? Yeah. 4322880. 4322880. Now tell me, if I know this, I can fill AHP. If I know this, I can fill AHP. This divided by 72, simple. Anyone? AHP 60,000, 40. This I can fill here also. Now you can fill AR also. AR number, anybody? 73.15. Now I don't see any idle time related story. That means this will be 60040 here also. HW, HP same. So many things will come in the flow. Reverse working is not difficult actually. Just get that practice. Now this should be 4322880. Correct. Sir, only one thing is missing, sir. What? SH. Correct. Those who have tried, how did you get SH number? Can you please explain? Sir, we already know labor efficiency is 33,120 favorable. Correct. If you know this is 33,120 favorable, and you already know column 3, you can fill column 1. In column 1, you already know it is into 72 into 5. Correct. Then number of units you will get there straight away. You can use SQ and get from there also number of. You should get same answer. You will get same answer either way. Correct. So my working note 3 will be column 1 minus 3 is equal to 33,120 favorable, correct? So column 1 minus 4322 880 is equal to positive 33120, favorable. Therefore column 1 is equal to 33120 plus 4322 880. Anybody? Is this correct? 4356000. Therefore SH is equal to 4356000 divided by, what's the rate, 72, correct? No, I know. I'm just doing SH now. How much is SH? 61 5. Guys, I am just dividing by 72 only because I want SH. What is the mistake? 60 60500, correct? And to make 1 unit you need 5 hours, correct? That means actual output is equal to 60500 divided by each unit requires 5 hours, 12,100 units. Remember, so many times standard hours is for actual production. Why I did not divide directly by 72 into 5? I wanted you to understand this properly. So 12,100 units we have actually produced. We could have done, yes. Reverse working, there are so many methods. I told you. Some of you might have done this 12,100 in material table working itself. You are also correct. We will get same answer. Don't worry. So this 12,100 will go here, and therefore, anybody, column 1, what was the number? 46,000. Correct. And I can even fill 3 minus 4 nil anyway. Time pass, that was idle time, no? Anyone has this? 36,000? Add this. Done. Now go back to question and see what all you have found out. I found out actual output, correct? I found out actual hours work, actual rate, and I even found out labor cost variance. Yes or no? Now the only thing they want, which I'm yet to do, is budgeted units and production overhead cost variance. Now tell me, for only two things that I need, should we do full table? Tell me, how do I get cost variance? That is final answer. Final answer will come from 4 minus 5. Okay. And then they want budgeted output. Budget comes only in column 1. Budgeted hours, RBH. After that is all AHSHX. That means I need column 1 also. That means I need column 1, column 4, and column 5. I don't have to do 2 and 3. By the way, time pass, if you do 2 also, number of days are not with you. If number of days are not with you, then BH itself is RBH. Hello? Unnecessary, then anyway not giving you marks for that. The last part now. Fixed overhead variance. Column 1, column 4, column. I want to know before I start. Did anyone try? You're not able to get the numbers. Anybody? No problem. Listen, what is column 1? BH. Budgeted hours I can get. Correct? It's not budgeted days. We can do budgeted hours. No RBH. no h, and then sh here, ah, last column ar, other two columns are br. You are doing everything on hourly basis, that means it is hourly rate. Let me see if there is any data that I can copy. Fixed production overhead cost incurred. Incurred should be last column. 45 lakh given. Am I correct? Sir, third line they said something, sir. What? Fixed production overhead is absorbed at 100% rate. That means your rate is same. Per hour rate is same. How much was labor rate per hour? Standard rate? 72. That means overhead rate is also 100% of 72. That means even that is 72 rupees. Read that line once again. Fixed production overhead is absorbed. Absorbing means estimating. Correct? That means read it once again. Fixed overhead is estimated at the rate of 100% of wages. Rate, they said rate is per hour. That means if that is 72 rupee, correct? That means you have BR with you. If you get BR, is there any other data that we have? Sir, fixed overhead expenditure variance 1,80,000 given. Okay, by the way, my column, if you say 1 minus 4, I'll give police complaint now. Tell me what to do. By the way, 1 minus 5 will give you what? Fixed overhead expenditure variance. Correct? And then what else they wanted, by the way? They want overhead cost variance. Cost variance is 4 minus 5. Sir, how 4 minus 5? Up to volume it is 4 minus 1. And this is 1 minus 5. So 1 cancel, it is 4 minus 5. This is fixed overhead cost variance. Now which number we have with us? Fixed production overhead expenditure variances 1,80,000 adverse. If this has to be adverse, then column 1 should be more. Hello? Or less. It is 1 minus 5, right? That should be less now. Correct? Start now. Working note. Column 1 minus 5 is negative 1,80,000. You don't know column 1, but you know column 5. Correct? Should be negative 1,80,000. Column 1 should be 45 lakh positive minus 1 lakh. 43 lakh. All okay. Yes. Need time? $43,20,000 can go here, right? Yes. Now what else we can do? Sir, budgeted rate we know. They said 100% of wage. That means this is 72. This also I will fill 72. If this is 72, then you can fill budgeted hours 60,000 hours. I want to do one note here, because one of the sub questions is budgeted output in units. Correct? We have got actual output. We can calculate budgeted output. Do that note. Budgeted output is equal to, sir, we have got 60,000 hours budgeted. Correct? And each unit requires 5 hours. That means our budget was to produce 12,000 units. This is not needed for table but needed for their question. Correct? What else now? Guys, the other numbers you already have standard hours, actual hours. From labor table, you can get this. How much was standard hours and actual hours? Is that correct? All these you have in labor table. Actual rate this by this. This is like balancing figure. Correct? Done. Now the only thing left out is 4 minus 5. 1 lakh? What? Now we have done workings in our way, but their question is sub question ABCD in a particular format. Therefore, better we list out all of that in one place. So here is the summary of my answers. First, material cost variance. One of you. Second, budgeted output. Raw material purchase quantity. Actual hours. This is AR, correct? Hmm. Done. Good question. 10 marks if they ask, it takes time actually. Not a tough question, it's a lengthy one. And that too, if we are taking 30-40 minutes in class, that is with discussion. When you do alone, it takes more time. And you can't check the answer also. There's nothing to tally to say my answer is right now. You'll not even get to know right or wrong. Completed. What hero? Doubt? No. Yes. So this was that tricky sum. Did you check the answers given in textbook matching? Hello, now at least check. 5,28,000 favorable, 2,40,000, 12,100 actual output, correct? Budgeted output in between they have done 12,000 units, and your actual time 60040, actual rate 73.15, cost variance, production overhead variance. All perfect. So beautiful. Oh. Wow. What will happen in exam if this question comes? This question in exam hall may not be beautiful and elegant. Take it from me. Because we are discussing, you are not understanding the difficulty. Either discussing with me or discussing with your friend. Such reverse working questions, if you have in study material also, please solve that too. If you can do that reverse working question, then the regular style questions will become very easy. You don't have to practice that actually, if you can do this. Correct? So since I am completing part B also in class, what you can do is ICI study material only reverse working questions. Normal style you don't do. Reverse working only you practice. Done. Done. Coming back now to part A. I think we had one question not done yet. Everybody, question number 19. Yes. This question can be answered in two different ways depending upon the way we make the assumption, because data is incomplete in the question. We'll understand. Read. The concentrate. The overhead expense budget for a factory producing to a capacity of underline 200 units per month is given to you. That means this is budgeted production, correct? 200 units. Description of overhead: power and fuel, repair and maintenance, printing, stationery, other overhead, fixed cost per unit, variable cost per unit, total cost per unit, and that total also they have given. So when you prepare a table, you can straight away use this 3,000, 1,500. I won't be using 4,500 because we are not going to do variable and fixed overhead table together. Correct? That means this data I may not use, and this is per unit. By the way, yesterday overhead variances when we did, it was based on R's, BH, RBH, SH. Today first session we did some question on days, budgeted days, actual days, standard days. One I did, one you did, correct? And that time there was a note: if number of hours, number of days both are not there, you can do a number of units. That question is this question. All numbers are per unit. You see, normally you had fixed overhead rate per hour. but now for the first time you have per unit. That means your table will not have budgeted hours, it will have budgeted units, BU, not actual hours, now AU. But when I write BR, it is rate per unit. AR is actual rate per unit. Now whole answer should be converted to unit based table. That's all. Budgeted unit, standard unit, actual unit, rate also per unit. Continue. The factory has underlined actually produced only 100 units. That means this is your actual output. Budgeted output was 200. Actual output is 100. Details of overheads underline actually incurred have been provided by the accounts department, and that's given to you. Description of overhead, actual amount, and if you see same four names, power and fuel, repair, maintenance, printing, stationery, other overheads, they gave actual cost. You are required to calculate the overhead volume variance. Sir, which overhead, sir? They said only overhead. Where do you have volume, sir? Only in fixed. In variable overhead, where is the question of volume variance? That means this should be understood as fixed overhead volume variance. Don't write anything in textbook. You understand this. But next one nicely, they said overhead expenditure variance. Sir, this is there in both. In variable also have 2 minus 3. In fixed you have 1 minus 5 expenditure or rate. That means this I have to do variable overhead expenditure variance and then do fixed overhead expenditure variance. Add both. That's the answer. Correct. Not a tough question, but data is incomplete. That creates a problem. Why am I saying so? When they gave budget, they gave me breakup of fixed and variable, but when they gave me actual, no breakup. Sir, we have done one question like this, sir, correct, but in that question they mentioned also 60% fixed, 40% variable. Remember first session we did one question, but here even that explanation is not given. Now we'll have to make some assumptions. Accordingly my answer can be of two varieties. I will do present and you copy answer in one approach. I'll show you what is the alternate assumption that you can do. Correct? Because observe, actual cost. Actual cost means my last column. In variable overhead also last column, fixed also last column. A into A. Now this total if I do, I'll get some 11 lakh, 12 lakh odd. What is going to be taken in variable table and what is going to be in fixed? I don't know the breakup. That's my problem. Sir, take full in variable, sir, then fixed is 0. That is the problem. So we'll have to write an assumption, give a note, and accordingly we should do. While setting the standard, they gave me proper breakup, how much is fixed rate, how much is variable. But while giving me actual, they did not tell me out of 4 lakh how much is fixed, how much is variable. Correct? So we need to make an assumption, give a note. Two different assumptions are possible, both are correct, but we'll present answer in one way and then I'll discuss the later part. I won't discuss both together, you'll get confused. Yeah, chalo. Start. Note. Question 19. Good to start. Yeah. Yes. Write down. Variable overhead and fixed overhead variances are calculated on the basis of units. Please copy everybody. That means my table will not have BH, AH, it will have BU, AU. Correct? First start. variable overhead variance. Column 1, column 2, column 3. Sir, one small doubt. Do you really need column 1, 2 and 3? They have asked only two questions. One is volume. Volume won't come here anyway. Second, they have asked only expenditure. Expenditure will come here also and in fixed also. Expenditure is what minus what? 2 minus 3. That means if I don't write 1 also, it's not wrong. Are you understanding? So now you tell me what should be written. Column 1 is what? Normally it is SH, but here you don't have R's. It should be standard units, correct? Actual units, actual units. Again, I am repeating, if you don't write column 1, it's not a mistake. The last column is AR, other columns are standard. Now tell me, AR means what? Actual rate per unit. SR is standard rate per unit. Now everything is on unit basis. Good to start. Now first column is standard. Standard days, standard hours. Now standard days or standard hours is always for actual production. That means standard units also I should consider based on actual production. Actual production means how many units? 100. Correct? Sir, this is also 100, this is also 100. That's why I told you column 1 if you don't write also, there won't be any problem. Correct? Sir, why did you write standard unit as 100? Remember, standard hours, standard days, everything standard is always for actual production. This is, I think, 97th time. Correct? We'll do century 3 more times. I'll repeat. Done. Standard is always for actual. Standard is always for actual. Standard is always for actual. Century done. Done. Thank you. Helmet is not there. Now, rate when we fill. Be careful. Where do we have standard rate? In the table they have given fixed cost per unit, variable cost per unit, total cost per unit. And my table is only variable cost now. That means rate per unit should be 1500. Am I correct? Go very slow. I am still writing standard. I am not writing actual. And I want per unit, not in total. Guys, please concentrate. This is tricky. Go to table, first table. They said overhead expense budget for a period, budgeted rate, standard rate. For rate, BRSR is same, correct? And then they said description, fixed per unit, variable per unit. So I'm taking that variable cost per unit and I'm taking the total, and that is 1500. This I can fill here, this I can fill here also. Actually, one more useless information in the question is that breakup of power, fuel, repair, printing, other. We are not doing overhead mix variance, overhead gang variance. So knowing each one of them, writing 4 of them separately won't serve any purpose. If you do also, you'll get same total. If you write, you will write what? 100 into 500, 100 into 250, 100 into 250, 100 into 500, which is nothing but 100 into 1500. Correct? Now is the assumption part. Actual rate. Do we know this number? Everyone should concentrate. You will send this doubt to me on Telegram for sure. Listen. Do we know actual rate? No. Do we at least know this number? We don't know, sir. Sir, this number is given. 4 cost items are given, sir. In Calci, please total all these 4. 11 lakhs, 50,000. My problem is, this is the total actual cost, correct? This is all actual. I can't fill 11 lakh 50,000 here, am I correct? Uh, because 11 lakh 50,000, they did not say total actual variable. That means out of this 1150, there is some fixed and some variable. That breakup is not there. This is what I am saying. Question is incomplete. Correct? That means we have to make some assumptions now and break this 11 lakh 50,000 into fixed portion and variable portion. Once I get that, then that variable portion I can fill here, and once I get that, I can fill rate and then complete the table. Yeah, start. Important part. Have you copied till this now? If not, copy till this, and for this there is a note that I should give. Can I? You also start writing. Note: total actual overheads is equal to 4 lakh plus 2 lakh plus 175 plus 375. 1150 you said? That is 1150,000. That's what I said. Good. Now the challenge is this breakup is not available and we have to make an assumption. Don't draw the arrow mark. Till 1150 you write and listen. Start. The breakup of actual cost is not provided is not provided. It is assumed that, now whatever I am writing from here can be questioned because there are two possible ways of assumption. I may do in one way, you may say, sir, there is other one. I know both, I'll explain the second one later. Okay, I have to solve in one way, not in two ways. In exam also, only one way of assumption. Start. It is assumed that variable cost per unit remains same. Variable cost per unit remains same. Now concentrate. If it is 11 lakh 50,000 total, how do I get variable overhead? This is actual number. Tell me how many actual units we produced. 100 units we produced. Am I correct? Into variable cost. I am assuming that per unit remains same. How much was estimated variable cost per unit? 1500. I am assuming that per unit 1500 remains same. Correct? If I do that, this number will now be 150000. This is my actual variable overhead. Able to follow? If this is my actual variable overhead, then the balance portion should be fixed overhead. That has to be 10 lakh rupee. This is the balancing figure. This answer is correct under one assumption, that variable cost per unit estimated and per unit actual is same. We can have a different assumption, but that I'll explain later. Copy this. Now, if I consider this as 1,50,000, remember this 11,50,000 is actual. If this is actual cost, then 1,50,000 is actual variable overhead. This will now go here, 1,50,000, correct? Therefore, the rate will be 1500 balancing figure. With this, you can complete now. You will not have any variance because of the assumption that we made. Can't help now. You assume that it will remain same. If it remains same, how can there be variance? Correct? Therefore, complete the table first. Therefore, variable overhead. If you want to show this efficiency variance, you can. If you don't do also, no problem. 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3. Therefore, this total I am not showing because they have not asked any. One part is done. Second part of the question heading, fixed overhead variance. Most important segment. Listen. I'll wait for some time if you want. Please sort out the AC problem. Don't disturb. This is important. Many students find it difficult. The sum is there in study material also. You see how they have solved. Nobody can understand the way answer is presented. I want 100% concentration. If you want AC, fan, whatever it is, sort out first and don't disturb in between. Chalo, listen. Now, my table will not start with BH. You don't have hours. You have to go on unit basis. We do not have any number of days in the question. That means there is no RBU, correct? That means this will be budgeted units, no RBU. If you want also you write, but you end up writing same BU as RBU, correct? If you want to do all five, BU, RBU, now tell me actual units, standard units and actual units. Last column is actual rate per unit. Now whole answer is on unit basis. Everything else is based on budgeted rate per unit. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go slow. Tell me one by one. Most of the numbers are with us already, either in previous working or in question. Budgeted units, how many? First paragraph itself you have 200, correct? This revised budget will change only if there is some days in the question. Otherwise, it is 200 by 30 days into 30 days. Won't make a difference. Therefore, even this is 200, correct? Do you know actual units produced by the way? 100. This 100 I can fill here also and here also. And standard is always based on actual production. That means even this is 100. Am I correct? Now the budget rate. Go to the first table. After description, they have given fixed cost per unit. This is all budgeted rate. What is the number? 3000. This I can fill here in second column, third column, and also fourth column. The last column, I don't have to search for AR because just now in the working note, I have calculated out of 11.5 lakh, 1 lakh 50 variable, therefore 10 lakh is considered as actual fixed cost. Now actual is only in the last column, AU into AR. That means this number is 10 lakh rupee as per note above, correct? If this is 10 lakh, now 10 lakh divided by 100, this will become now 10,000. All this we can now fill. This will be I think 6 lakh. Am I correct? This is also 6 lakh. This is 3 lakh. This is 3 lakh. I won't do 2 minus 1, 3 minus 2, everything. What is that they want? Overhead volume variance. First volume variance, overhead, fixed overhead volume variance. Tell me volume variance, what is the formula? 4 minus 1. That means 3 lakh minus 6 lakh. That will be 3 lakh adverse. And then they want expenditure variance. Expenditure is 1 minus 5. 6 minus 10. 4 lakh adverse. I am not even totaling this because they haven't asked. Correct? Copy. Copied. Yes. Hmm. Now, to present the final answer as per their requirement. So answers are here. First, overhead volume variance. This is only fixed 3 lakh adverse, correct? And overhead expenditure. Observe the wording. Overhead expenditure means variable and fixed both. But variable was nil, I think, correct? Expenditure variance was nil here. So it is nil plus 4 lakh adverse. Therefore, it is 4 lakh. Correct? Now, the next 5 minutes of my writing, not to be copied in notebook, I'll show the answer in the alternate possible assumption. Okay, please listen, everybody. Here, by the way, I'm changing these numbers. I'm overwriting basically, so you don't do anything. This part, there is no change. Standard unit, standard rate, actual unit, standard rate, actual unit, and this note. and this number. Yeah, here you observe, we said total is 11,50,000 and then I dictated one note. The breakup is not provided. It is assumed that, see this, variable cost per unit remained same. Sir, we know one more sentence. If variable cost per unit remains same, we also know fixed cost in total remains same. Fixed cost in total remains same, which means I can do the solution this way also. It is assumed that fixed cost in total remained same. If I do that, then out of 11,50,000, my segregation will be something like this. I will first write fixed. Now how to do this? Go to the budget. How many units? 200 units. And how much was rate per unit fixed? 3,000. That means 200 into 3,000. Budgeted fixed overhead in total was 6 lakh rupee. I repeat, very important. I am assuming that the fixed cost in total remains same. Budget versus actual. How much was budgeted number of units? 200. How much was budgeted fixed cost per unit? 3,000. That means if I do 200 units into 3,000, the total 6 lakh, I should assume that it remained same. That means now variable number will be balancing figure, that will become 4 lakh 50, 5 lakh 50,000. Correct? Following. Now if I take 5 lakh 50,000 here, then this column will slightly change now. Am I correct? This is 100, but this will now become 5 lakh 50,000. Correct? If this is 5 lakh 50,000 in calci, that divided by 100, rate will be 5500. Following. Now what happens? 1 minus 2 is anyway nil, but 2 minus 3, I will have 4 lakh rupee adverse variance. Observe what is happening. What was nil is now 4 lakh adverse. Remember this sentence. Okay. Now coming to fixed table. This is all same. I am not changing budget anyway. This is same. This is same. This is same. But this number will not be 10 lakh now. Correct? As per my chart, fixed overhead is now what number? 6 lakh rupee. If I write 6 lakh here in calci, please, 6 lakh by this will be 6,000. And now you see 4 minus 1 will remain same, but 1 minus 5 will become nil. What was nil became 4 lakh adverse. What was 4 lakh adverse became nil. And finally, when you write the answer, volume remains same. This will be 4 lakh adverse and this will be nil. Final answer is same. Either way, you can assume in exam and give a no. Sir, both sentences are correct. Variable cost per unit is same. That's also correct. Fixed cost in total remains same. That's also correct. That means answer under both approaches are correct. But you don't write both in your notebook here. You'll then get confused. One way you have understood, I'll dictate in 3-4 lines. Alternatively, we can assume this way. But you follow what is written in notebook. Clear? After all this, write class note. Answer is over. Better draw one line and then class note. Alternatively, we can assume that fixed cost actual is same as fixed cost budgeted in bracket in total. Fixed cost is never on per unit basis. When I say it is same in total. Can't be same on per unit basis. Accordingly, Fixed overhead expenditure variance will be nil. Fixed overhead expenditure variance will be nil. Correct? What was minus 4 lakh became nil, and variable overhead expenditure variance, variable overhead expenditure will become, tell me what now, 4 lakh adverse. What is nil will become 4 lakh adverse, and vice versa. Volume variance won't get affected because 2000 units, sorry, 200 units became 100 units. So volume has come down. That has to be adverse. Only expenditure variance can differ depending upon the assumption. In exam, the one we have done in detail, that you follow. This note in exam, you don't have to write the alternate solution. One solution you do, more than enough. Clear? So, quick 2 minutes break, and then we'll continue. Yes, we have completed question 20 and 21, correct? Hmm. Page number 456. We have completed all questions in part A. Last discussion, ratios used in standard costing. In bracket I have given it as self study because you don't have to mug up these formulas, and you have already solved this in last 2-3 days of classes. You see this efficiency ratio, you have calculated efficiency variance, correct? That efficiency variance itself is converted into a ratio now. You see formula, standard hours divided by actual hours into 100. Tell me, let's take labor example. In labor, efficiency variance is 1 minus 3 subtotal basically. So SH, assume no RSH, AHW, correct? Only last column is AR. These are all standard rates, correct? Let's assume 100 standard hours, 3 rupee rate, but we have taken only 95 hours. Okay, I'll do one thing. I'll not keep 100 because it's a percentage. Then you will create a problem to me. 30 hours standard. We finish the work in 28 hours. Rate is 3 rupee only. Now when I do efficiency variance, I do 1 minus 3, 30 into 3, 90, 28 into 3, 84. This will be now what? 6 favorable. 1 minus 3, correct? Now tell me, this 6 favorable is not because of 3 and 3. Am I correct? So eliminate this. What is left out now? 30 and 28. What is 30? SH. What is 28? AHW. If my efficiency is favorable, that means I am working at a better speed. Efficiency is favorable, that means I am working at a better speed. So I can say my efficiency or performance is more than 100%. Correct? That itself they converted into one formula, standard hours by actual hours into 100. Tell me how much is standard hours now? 30 by 28. If you do 30 by 28 into 100, what's the number? 107, approximately 107%. Tell me any number greater than 100%, which means I am better than standard. That means variance is favorable. That means you have already done this. All percentages where answer is more than 100% is nothing but favorable variance. All answers less than 100% is adverse. Imagine this is exactly 30. 30 into 3, 30 into 3. This will be 90. Sir, 90 minus 90, nil, sir. Correct? That means here also I will write 30 by 30 into 100. This will be how much? 100%. 100% means what? I am neither more efficient nor less efficient. I am equal to what was expected, neither more nor less. That means all answers, if you get ratio above 100%, that means it is favorable variance. Below 100%, it is adverse variance. I'll take one adverse variance number also here. Follow this. It was supposed to be done in 30 hours into 3, but I took 34 hours into 3. Now this is 90. 102, your variance will be negative 12 adverse efficiency variance. If I put it in formula, formula says what? Standard by actual. Standard is 30, actual is 34. 30 by 34 into 100, you get 88%. That means you are below standard because it is adverse. All these formulas, you have done it in different places. Now tell me, activity, standard hours by budgeted hours. Where do you have standard hours compared with budgeted hours? First of all, budget comes only in fixed. Correct, sir. First column is BH, then you have RBH, then AH, then SH. And here they are talking about standard and budget. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. 2 minus 1, no. 3 minus 2, no. 4 minus 3, no. But subtotal is 4 minus 1. That means there we called it as what variance? Volume variance. And here what is the name for that? Activity. Volume means you produce more. Correct? We discussed this yesterday. 31 days, 24 hours, better efficiency. Tell me now, calendar ratio. Calendar ratio is about calendar variance. In calendar variance, it was 2 minus 1. Correct? If 2 minus 1 is favorable, that means this ratio will be more than 100%. If that is adverse, then this answer will be less than 100%, and so on. So basically all the variances that you have calculated, they converted that to a ratio. To be honest, this is useless, because when you can do a table and find out adverse and favorable, again doing 1 or 2% because it is favorable, 98% because it is adverse, won't serve any purpose. And think about it, the reader of these numbers, it is easy for anybody to understand what is the meaning of favorable and adverse than understanding what is 1 or 2%, 98%. Think about management. You present this table to them for their meeting. In the meeting, when they read, if you say favorable, unfavorable, anybody can understand. Favorable is saving, unfavorable or adverse is loss. If you say 101%, 97%, 103%, they may again ask 103 means what? Correct? You have to then tell them favorable. Instead, you tell them favorable only at first, which is presenting in variance format is better than presenting this in percentage format. This they have given in the form of one small practical question. Actual numbers, actual hours work. This is actual hours expected to work, standard hours, actual work, standard hours for 4 weeks. This is your SH, standard hours for actual production, and they want you to calculate some ratios. All these ratios actually is your table, but table you don't write as 1 minus 2, you do 1 divided by 2 now. So instead of getting positive, negative, you will get percentage because you are doing into 100. Yes, just go through this. I have given even the answer much before itself. I have given it as self study, so it's not homework decided today. Okay, this is actually your same variance table, no new learning after this. In part A, here this 22nd I think we did in class, this not homework, we did in class. Sorry, you did, correct? Madam is unhappy. You did. I gave it as classwork. I remember because this has this 10% wastage. Just double check once. Have we done it? 23. A similar sum we did yesterday. Output in units, capacity, number of days, hours required, and fixed overhead. And question is to calculate fixed overhead variances. Just here itself, you write the final answer, not number, favorable or adverse. Then you can try this today. If you don't do this as homework also, I have no problem, because same table format you have done 2 more questions also, 17 and 18. Because they asked this many times for 5 marks, I gave it again here. You answer now. 29 days budget, 27 days actual. So calendar variance should be what now? Adverse, because you are working for 2 less days. Capacity 8,000 hours versus 8,900 hours. That means you are working more, it is favorable. Efficiency goes slow. Hours required to make 1 unit is 18, but you have taken only 16. Sure. Yeah. Number of hours required to make 1 unit. 18 hours was budgeted, but you finished early. Correct. That means this is favorable. And then you have expenditure variance, 125 versus 150. Has to be adverse. Amount also you know. Correct. We are paying extra. It has to be adverse. This one sum homework, but up to you. If you want to do, you do it. Otherwise also no problem. Clear? There is no new learning. That's why I am not forcing you to do this. Yeah. Part B, I think I've discussed almost all questions. Whatever is not done, I guess 1 or 2 only that you should do today. In fact, one sum 99% duplicate question we have done. Correct? Only one number they have changed. So finally, what is left out in one theory? And yeah, here I think today 29 we did, no? Only these 32 and 33. Correct? Everyone? 30, yes. 30, 32 and 33. 32 criticism, I'll discuss the bullet points, but you should go through this page 474, everyone. By the way, in exam, for 5 marks, you don't have to write so much. In their font, if it is so much, then your font, it will be double of this. Okay, you have to at least write 1 point for 1 mark. Keep that as a standard ratio. So 5 marks, 5 points, not just term, that 1 line or 2 lines explanation is what you should do. Listen to me, everyone. What are the limitations of standard costing? Now that the topic is over, we can discuss this. First one, they said variation in price. Understand, when you are setting rate, standard rate, actual rate is a reality, but standard rate, how do you set, by the way? Based on past experience. That may be wrong most of the times, and there are some raw materials where it is very difficult to predict the cost in future, even if you have past data. Understand my sentence properly. Even if you have past data, it is very difficult to predict future cost. Example can be construction industry. If you talk to anybody who is constructing house or office or who is planning to purchase an apartment, they'll tell you this. Extremely difficult to predict cost of construction material items, cement, sand, furniture, wood, and all of this. Always very difficult to predict because it has some demand supply problem, and especially items like sand. It is not a very well organized market in India, correct? So there is some illegal sand mining activity and all of that, and they sometimes create demand supply gap, artificial scarcity to increase the price, and at that time if you are constructing your house, you will end up paying too much extra money. So construction material is one such example where it is always difficult to predict the future cost even if you have past data with you. Otherwise we normally go by past data to remain same in future is our assumption while making budget, but even that may not happen if your raw material is such that predictability is very difficult. Second one, varying level of output. We prepared budgets assuming that too much of up and down won't happen in our business. Budgeted output based on that budgeted rate, based on that all our calculation, correct? There are a lot of businesses where fixing this number is also difficult. I'll give you an example. If my company is selling say pens from last 20 years, and now if you come and ask me how much do you think can be your sales in February, I can tell you one number because I have 20 years of experience. 20 Februaries I have seen. Understanding? So I know the market, I know the business. But someone starts their pen making factory today. You go and ask them, how much do you think you can sell in February, March, April? That businessman will not have an answer. A newly started business will always find it difficult to prepare budgets because they don't know how will customers respond to our product. Sometimes it may become super hit, maybe even super flop. The range is so much from super hit to super flop. But a well established business, a 20 years old business, they know we can sell 10,000 pens every month. It can be 5% more or 5% less. That predictability is there in a established business. But if it is a new business, then it is very difficult to make budget. And if you can't make budget, then budgeted units, budgeted rate, all the estimations will all go for a toss. In fact, in reality, first 1 year of any new business, nobody can do standard costing because they can't set the standard itself. They don't know what is correct, what is not correct. I told you furniture making requires 4 hours. Well, how will you get to know this furniture making requires 4 hours? 1 or 2 months you should work, then you will get to know. Or you should have worked in some other company as an employee. That experience you can try and bring in your own company, but that is also a different company. That is your third point, changing standard of technology. Some other company is doing furniture in 4 hours. You are an employee there. You left that job. Then you decided I will do furniture business now. Now you can't set 4 hours as the standard because that machine which they are using, you may not be using same machine, same technology. Therefore, setting the standard itself becomes difficult if the technology used is different. Understanding? Technology used in January may be different. Technology used in February may be different. Therefore, deciding the time in which a work should be completed is not easy. That depends on too many factors. You may bring in same technology. Employee may leave and go. Now new employee has come. Again, he is very slow. Again, setting the standard becomes difficult. You know, when will setting the standard become easy? Same employee is with you from last 10 years. Same machine, same product, same technology. Now you ask me February how many hours are required to make one unit, I can give you exact number. Because that guy is doing only this in his life. Only that machine, that product. So I know how many hours. Closing his eyes also he will do in 4 hours. That many times he has done. It becomes easy for me to predict. New employees, new machine, continuously changing technology, making any prediction becomes very difficult. Now if you can't set the standard itself, how will you compare that with actual? So whole standard costing first column itself is S. If S itself can't be fixed, then you can't work out the table at all. Attitude of technical people. The moment you set standard and tell your employees you should complete in 4 hours, the rebel attitude will start. Sir, no, I can't do in 4 hours. I need time. Sir, then we'll say you leave and go. What if every employee starts saying same thing? Then you end up changing your standard itself. Understand? Especially some people don't like these practices. You say, sir, this is the machine, this is the material, you produce. They will do. But if you say you should complete this, then only go home today, they won't like. Then they will make some excuse and go home early today because you said they'll go 1 hour before. That means the moment you bring in a standard cost control, remember I told you 4 hours, everyone should complete within 4 hours. Some people may not like, and your factory will have different age group people. All of them may not complete in 4 hours. Some have experience, some do not have experience. Some have experience, but they are very slow. But you can't remove them, you need that experience. Correct, that will help you. But then speed is not the only criteria. Speed is also a criteria, but not the only criteria. Therefore, when you set a standard and say within 4 hours you should complete, some employees may not support your standard costing practice. Mix of product. By the way, all our tables, we had only one product, only pen. To make one pen, 5 hours. So 1 unit into 5, standard time is 5. What if my single company makes pen also, pencil also, eraser also? Then for each material, you will have to prepare that many tables. Pen uses 2 different raw material, eraser uses different raw materials, different machine, different people. Then standard costing becomes a very tedious job. Not TDS, TEDIO US. It's a tedious job. It takes time. In a multi-product company, it becomes easy in a single product company. Last one, level of performance. Now, one problem when you say that you should complete the work in 4 hours because that is my standard hours. There is one more new problem you are creating. In a hurry to complete in 4 hours, they may compromise on the quality of the product because they know you will ask them if you take 4.1 hour. Therefore, their target now is only 4. If quality is not the benchmark, only time is the benchmark, then everyone will start producing in a very quick and fast manner and quality may get compromised. That means you should have a range. 4 to 4.5 is your standard. That means standard should not be only time. You should also put one more standard to them. Everybody, you should have 98% acceptance rate. Only 2 units out of 100 units you produce can come back as complaint item. That means it should be combination of 2 standards. One, complete within 4.5 hours. Number 2, your rejection ratio should be less than 2. Correct? Then your standard costing will work. If you don't have this, then everybody will try and complete very early. It will be like your Halsey plan and Rowan plan. Time saved. Bonus I'll get, so I'll just work at a high speed. Therefore, if you want to have a better standard costing implemented, it should be time as well as defective rate or acceptance rate. If acceptance is 98, defective rate is 2%. Therefore, standard costing should not be only one angled, it should be multi-angled approach. That's why you fix this. This will create a problem. I told you, if you want speed, then rejection rate will become 4%. Next month, if you say no, rejection should be 1%, then he'll be slow. You can't fix all problems at one go. At the beginning of the chapter itself, I told you, you will never reach a point where all variances will be nil or favorable. If you try and make one favorable, then the other will become adverse. Net, whether you have favorable or adverse is what matters to the company. Done. End of the story. With this, our standard cost